Ladies and gentlemen, so in my mind, we haven't actually covered Final Fantasy yet. Um, I know that sounds kind of strange considering we've actually covered three Final Fantasy games as of this point in time, but we haven't covered Final Fantasy, certainly not the Final Fantasy that I am most familiar with. And that is something I've actually wanted to do for quite some time, actually, because we've never. The FF reviews are out of date. Hilariously out of date is actually what I would refer to that as. To the point where they're so invalid as to be nonsensical. Doors over there, Dakota. So, we've never reviewed them. How exactly do they review? How do they line up? We've also never reviewed FF13, period. In fact, I've never even beaten FF13 without cheats before. Because I hated the game. Which is actually funny because I've also been a defender of the game. And that's my personal story. Let me give you a bit of an anecdote. A friend of mine, Gary, invited me over to his place with his brand new big old TV and was like, hey, check this out. And he fired up the opening cutscene, which I showed you briefly earlier. And was like, look at how amazing this looks. And I was like, sweet. And then we played a bit of it and I was like, this is kind of dumb. Okay, that sucks. That was really the reaction was, hey, oh, okay. I mean, that's fine, I guess. I can't complain. I mean, I guess I could complain. I was not particularly impressed. So I didn't actually pick it up. Literally, I didn't actually uh, the game. I never actually played it. In fact, I didn't own it for the longest time. When we first played it on camera for the original marathon, that was actually someone else's copy. So it was just like, huh, okay. Um, Pushed through it a little bit, cheated. The cheats broke the game, if you remember, for that original marathon. So we had to kind of try other cheats. And let me tell you, cheating on a PS3 game is a whole thing. It involves, you have to rip the save off the PS3, decode it, because the PS3 save format is just insane. Edit the save, re-encode it, and then dump it back in. And I made one change that I shouldn't have. It was literally just one change. And that broke the game. Completely crashed the game. So we had to start over. Then we did the lore run. I'm actually pleased with the lore run. No complaints there. But that's actually it. So I've only actually played through FF13 twice, ever. Both times were on stream. And I have never played it without cheats, because lore runs are, by definition, runs with cheats. And the marathon followed that rule, too. So this will be my first time endeavoring to go without cheats. I do not promise to succeed. It is, after all, FF13. I mentioned how I both defended and hated this game. This was the Dragon Age 2 situation for me. For those who don't know what that means, Dragon Age 2 has its own problems, but the internet discourse when it came out was excessively vitriolic, to the point where everyone was like, this is the worst game ever made in the history of the known universe ever, which is stupid. Dragon Age 2 has many issues and flaws and problems, which I was rather negative towards. But calling it the worst game ever was just hyperbole. It was the same thing that people were saying, if you remember, this is a constant refrain, honestly. The most recent time I personally remember really hearing this was when the sequel trilogy was coming out. And speaking as someone who does not actually like the sequel trilogy, the fact that people were bashing on about the fact that the sequel trilogy were the worst films ever made was something that I just kind of rolled my eyes at. I will put this towards Trails of Cross Spell, Trails of Cold Steel, and Trails of Reverie. Thank you, Blue Wolf, as always. Yeah, and yeah, before that, the prequel trilogy was the worst films ever made, which was also nonsense. Don't mistake, it's kind of in the weird position. This is not the first or last or 15th or 80th time I've been in the position where I think something's bad, but I'm not with the general exaggerative hyperbole, right? So to be clear, I think this game will not score well. Just to be really honest. After all, that's why it's here. For those of you who have not been around for a while, I have this thing where I enjoy coming back from a dark to one of the worst games on the list, and that's very on purpose. Because I actually really... I'm fresh, right? I'm refreshed. I've taken the dark. I've taken some time off from streaming. I'm good to go. Let's just get, me, get the worst out of the way first is almost always my mentality. And there were actually a bunch of other games that would 100% score worse than whatever this will score as. But I've been wanting to get FF13 out of the way for a while. So let's just move this out of the way and lock this sucker in. Thank you, Evo. So let's talk about this game, shall we? I've done a decent amount of behind-the-scenes research, and let me tell you, this one's a trip. I'm going to try and rush you through this, because I've already talked about some of this during the lore run, and I don't want to completely rehash all of that. Development of this game began all the way back in the early aughts. This is over a 5-year development cycle, which was insane at the time. So right after they finished 10-2, they started working on it. Kazushige Nojima came up with the basis of what would eventually be the incredibly doomed Fabula Nova Crystallis. How many of you remember that? It was one of 3 efforts by Square at the time to develop these kind of pseudo-bundle things. The others being the compilation of Final Fantasy VII and the Ivalice Alliance, for those of you who remember those ones. One side, I just realized I have to update something. Yeah, all of those flopped. Every single one of those flopped. Although I don't think it was an inherently bad idea, if I can, with some of the advantage of hindsight. I think the real issue there was the fact that Square was in the middle of dying. Get to that in just a second. So, I guess I'm going to talk about it right now. So these games, and pretty much all of these games, were made right in the middle. Yeah, they did this with Deus Ex too. Right in the middle of the Square is dying era. Yeah, this was when Yoichi Wada was in charge of the company. This was the gap in between Spirits Within and A Realm Reborn. And for those of you not familiar with that history, first of all, hi, I'm the Lore Runner. I talk about this era of gaming history a lot, especially with regards to Square Enix. But second of all, it was a very troubled and problematic era of gaming history in general, because so much of gaming was going through another, let's call it the puberty of 3D gaming. This wasn't like the beginning of 3D gaming. Now, we had that back in the 90s, right? But the puberty era, which was mid to late aughts, so it's about a 10-year, it's like from about 2004-ish to about 2014-ish, right about that range there, right there. This range had a lot of issues for a lot of reasons, for a lot of others. It's all complex. I don't want to go too much into it. But yeah, this was a massive problem here. Spirits Within, without hyperbole, has affected Square so badly that they are, as of this exact moment in time, still dealing with it. That's not a joke, by the way. The reason that they are currently in threat of the hostile takeover by that Singapore company that is still just kind of looming there in the distance is because of the financial losses they took from Spirits Within. This is not a joke. They are still coping with this now. So, brief overhaul for those of you for those of you who don't remember. Spirits Within was a movie that Square put out, and they really wanted to make it, and they had absolutely no idea what they're doing, and purely financially, it turbo bombed. I don't mean it bombed. I don't mean it was problematic. I mean, we're still dealing with the consequences of it 20 years later, bombed, right? It nearly killed the company. In fact, the only reason Square didn't die on the spot was because they were able to effectively beg Enix to go along with the merger that they had already been considering at that point in time. It's a whole thing. So... that's this era. That's FF13. Right in the middle of this. This is, yeah, Enix quite literally saved Square, and then ARR saved it a second time, and now it's probably going to die again. Yeah, moving on. So this is that era, right? Okay, cool. So now we've got our scene. We understand the historical point we're in here. So, Matomo Toriyama sat down and made the outline of what the game was going to be. And he handed that off to Saisuke Watanabe, who turned it into an actual script. So that's our 3 primary driving forces for the narrative of Final Fantasy XIII. That's Toriyama, Watanabe, and Nojima. Okay. Now, if you don't know those names, those are the weirdos. Sometimes that leads to some cool stuff. All three of these people worked in Final Fantasy X, for example. Sometimes it doesn't. It's kind of the consequence of being the weirdo. Everyone points to Nomura as the weirdo. No. All three of these are people who, these are the three guys who like to stretch the boundaries and do weird, interesting, wild stuff when it comes to what they develop. And if you ever wondered where, like, for example, the Ghosts came in FF701, yeah, these guys. So the problem here, and this is the other problem, is that all three of them also constantly disagreed with each other. And this is the three driving principal writers slash producers of this game. And it's like, so, cool. Development was awful. Keeping in mind this is an era where Square is hemorrhaging money so hard that they are literally in threat of bankruptcy, basically, constantly. I really hope you figure out what it is as Mirstar and actually get better. Fingers crossed. So, yeah, they were just like, what do we do? So they're like, I got it. We'll make a new PS2 game. By the way, did you know this was supposed to be a PS2 game? It actually shows. It really does if you sit down and look at the game. Yes, Eidos was also causing issues at this. There's a lot going on here. This was a pretty bad era for gaming on all. Don't mistake me, we got some good games here and there, but like this was a bad era to be a gaming company. Thankfully, we've kind of pulled out of that a little bit as the indie and AA scene has started finally taking off, but woof. So there was this whole new thing called the PlayStation 3. And you'll forgive me for groaning at that. But for those of you not aware, the PS3 is a nightmare to develop for. Its internal hardware infrastructure and its OS, for lack of a better word, are awful. There was actually a common thing. We actually have already talked about this all the way back in the Devil May Cry series. Devil May Cry 4 was the game that was sacrificed to the PS3 because everyone's like, okay, we got to make our first game on the PS3. Okay, what do? Well, we have to sacrifice a game. And so multiple companies would sacrifice a game to the PS3. Well, this was this one. But the real problem here is that this wasn't kind of intended to be a sacrifice. As I already mentioned, this was a PS2 game and was well into production when they changed gears. They're like, no, we've got to get onto the PS3. We've got to get onto the new hardware. Oh, okay. So instead of being a deliberate sacrificial lamb, like several other companies did, this was more like, oh, go work on this. Oh, God. Bethesda games had no idea how to deal with the PS3 at the time. Like I said, we got some good PS3 games, Devil May Cry 4. But, like, I feel so bad. I feel so bad for the developers. Because, like, imagine being in mid-stride and being told, yeah, by the way, we want you to switch SKUs. Okay, sure. It's all good. It's all good. Here, want to hear something funny? I didn't know this until I was doing research for this very run. They were actually originally going to go ahead and make this a PC release. Yes, really. After the PS2, and given the fact that Nintendo had started kind of recovering a little bit, Square legitimately was like, why don't we go ahead and just put this out on PC? The overwhelming response in the meeting room was, well, we're not familiar with the PS3. Sorry, the PC. Sorry. We're not familiar with the PC. We don't know how to make PC games. And if you remember, they'd only done, 3 at this point in time? And 2 of those were ports. So it was just like, okay, fine. We'll go back to working on the PS2. Irony, is it? So, after this is already a troubled production. Then I have to mention that this game was made with Crystal Tools. Some of you in the audience know what that means. So, Square had this idea, right? It wasn't a bad idea. As usual, it wasn't a bad idea. Square wanted their own in-house engine. Like, what's the Resident Evil one that they've been using for a minute now? I can't actually think of the name of it. Resident Evil 2 R was on it. Someone help me out. Is it literally just the R? Okay, the RE engine. Fine. The RE engine. I'm apparently a moron. There's nothing wrong with wanting your own in-house engine, but anybody who knows anything knows that making your own engine is a thing. And this was this era of Square in a nutshell. If I could actually point to one thing that Square did wrong in this era, it was the fact that in response to all of the horrific financial troubles they were having, they decided to try and do everything simultaneously. And every project had to be this big blockbuster thing. They were expecting 5 million units shipped for this game. Spoilers, that didn't happen. I mean, it happened eventually in 2014. But when this game came out, no. There was this expectation. It was this weird combination of doing too many things at the same time, and yet expecting that each individual project. Yeah, no, exactly, Mr. Right. They wanted each individual project to be a new FF7. They wanted everything they were pushing out to be a big blockbuster success. Doesn't work that way. So they were making a new engine and developing a new engine, which was being developed while they were working on 13. While simultaneously they were working on adjusting this thing for the PS3 and Xbox. I didn't even mention the Xbox, but yeah, the Xbox was part of this as well, because obviously that was part of the whole PC thing I just mentioned. And they were doing this while also doing, oh god, like 5 other projects, major projects, I think, at this point in time. So they were insane, vastly overbooked. Something I mentioned is almost every major developer who worked on this game was also working on other games at the same time, which is just insane to think about. And yeah, so for those of you who know where Crystal Tools is bad. Just to put that as absolutely simply as I can, it was a bad engine. It had so many issues, pretty much top to bottom. The whole engine was not a good engine, and there's a reason they abandoned it. The last game they put out for it was FF14 1.0, which, as a fun factoid, FF14 1.0, one of the major issues they had was that it was made on Crystal Tools. Yeah, so Crystal Tools was garbage. I wish Zero was here. He could actually tell you a whole lot more about the specifics of why Crystal Tools is such a terrible engine. But everybody knows it knows it's a terrible engine. It does not know how to optimize anything, and it's terrible to develop for. So they're working on about 5 games simultaneously. Multiple people working on multiple games simultaneously. Super ambitious, 5 million things. And I quote, actually pulled this quote out. The concept we had in mind when creating this game was it would be the ultimate single-player RPG. Word for word quote. So naturally, the first thing they did, and this is not me editing. The first thing they did was they decided to remove any kind of resource management. So MP or mana and all that was just gone. Because, and I quote, they wanted to incentivize players to use their abilities. And the other thing they worked on is they added this thing called the paradigm system. We'll show that off on camera, which was designed in order to make the gameplay more Advent children-y. They wanted to make the player be able to do that kind of stuff in gameplay. And if that was true, then they should have made Devil May Cry, because this is not what the paradigm engine does. This is a good time to talk about Lightning. I know we'll talk more about her as we go, but we have to talk about Lightning because we've memed on Lightning for. I will take egg on my face. I didn't realize that some of the later comments by Toriyama were a joke. They were him joking on camera. But the reason that joke got started was because that really was where that started. That was where they were going into this. They really wanted Lightning to be this brand new thing, this whole new thing. They wanted her to be, and this is a direct quote, they wanted her to be strong and feminine. It's never been done before. Strong and feminine. That's actually funny because actually, oh, sorry, that's not what the original quote was. Excuse me. Hang on, let me rewind a second. They wanted, is this a good time to mention this game was being developed at the same time as Third Birthday? By some of the same people. Just put that in the back of your mind somewhere. Anyways. So, Lightning's original... Yeah, for those of you who saw Third Birthday, you understand why I'm bringing that up. So, originally Lightning's personality was very flirty. That's a specific word choice, by the way. Flirty and silly and happy. And she's like, la, 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 la. If that sounds familiar, then you've played this game. They decided to change that pretty early on, and they were like, they wanted to make her, sorry, so the exact quote is not strong and feminine, it's strong and beautiful, which they've never done before. Strong and beautiful. Tifa says hi. Strong and beautiful. And they deliberately wanted to make this character based off of Cloud. And I want to stress that a lot of us have memed on that over the years. It's not a meme. It's not a joke. They wanted female Cloud. Here's the problem. We've actually talked about this. In fact, one of the biggest things I like about FF7R1 is Cloud. No, I'm serious. Because he's a dork. Because he's an awkward, like, shy geek who puts on this facade of being the cool guy. Because that's Cloud. They actually remembered who Cloud was as a character. Because there was this long period of time there where they kind of forgot who Cloud was. We saw this in Advent Children. We saw this in, exactly a little bit. We saw this in Advent Children. We saw this in Kingdom Hearts. Oh God, there was something else. I don't remember, but it just kept propagating. And so they kept having this idea of Cloud being, some dark and mysterious and kind of a loner. Very edgy. Yes. Oh, he was in Smash Bros. As well. Yes. Yeah, no, exactly, easily. Emo Cloud. Bingo. And that just kind of propagated. So Lightning was designed based off of Emo Cloud, not real Cloud. Jesse's mask actually got there before, but yeah. Moving on. I don't actually have much else to share, but I do want to talk about a couple other tiny little things. First of all, Sarah, which is, of course, spelled differently because screw you, was actually a playable character originally. If you pay attention, that makes sense because she kind of is playable. And also, she has a full animation rigging and some combat animations. She was supposed to be playable. She was downgraded from playable for reasons I have never been able to determine. And I did an extra look this time around to try and figure out why. Why the hell she wasn't actually playable? And the answer is, There's actually one quote in one interview where they said they were having trouble implementing her. I have no idea what that means. Might have been related to the development option because, hey, so, yeah, you ever notice there's no towns in this game? Anybody in chat, what are the 3 spokes of gameplay in an RPG? Specifics can vary, but there are 3 principal pillars of what makes up the gameplay of an RPG. Towns. Towns, quests, and dungeons. Exactly. You could argue that like quests is overworld to kind of, like I said, the individual specifics can vary a little bit. But that's the 3 general spokes, right? Something that's focused on combat, something that's focused on exploration, and something that's focused on the breather period, right? That's your 3 functional spikes of what holds up an RPG, gameplay-wise, purely gameplay-wise. So they just kind of axed a third of the gameplay. Why? Well, so they were over budget. They were taking way too long to developing for a brand new tool which they couldn't make towns work in at the time, while developing for the PS3 for the first time. No, that's it. That's actually the reason. This isn't even me being presumptive. It's Eternus giving me money for some reason. Why are you giving me? Stop giving me money. That is the reason why they couldn't. They actually flat out said they could not implement towns because they couldn't get them working with the engine on the PS3, so they just walked away from it. They said, fine, no towns, axed. For whatever it's worth, I actually think they made the right call. I know that sounds strange. I know that sounds very unusual. Aha! I figured you just bailed, Eternus. Thank you very, very much, Eternus. Always appreciate. I hope your tenure is going well. And you're making many cool engines. No, exactly, Blade Tival. No, I know this sounds strange, because this is fundamentally a bad choice to axe towns from an RPG, for the reasons I just mentioned, but if you cannot make something work, axing it is the correct call. From a managerial perspective, from a production perspective. Thank you, Eternus, very, very much. You didn't put that to anything. Put it for 3 things. From a managerial perspective, it makes sense to just axe it. They axed a lot in this game. And can I just say that it shows? everyone makes fun of the corridors. It's worth noting that the corridors aren't related to this. We'll talk about that in a second. We'll talk about that in a second. But there's so many elements of this game that are so clearly, huh? And you could tell they were just like, how do we make this work? One of the more commonly repeated refrains is about badness is how much of the lore and the story they put over into the data logs. And the data logs was another one of those, we can't get this into the game, screw it. And so they just kind of dumped it off into the side. Yeah, Trails of games actually have really good town design for the most part. Yeah, we'll talk about quarters in a second. So they it's just there are entire swaths of gameplay. For those of you who don't know, there actually is one town in this game for one sequence. It's also the best sequence in the game by memory. It was originally supposed to be a whole sequence. We were supposed to go to Lightning's house. There was going to be like a little side game kind of thing. Remember when we go through the totally not golden saucer? Yeah, that was supposed to be a whole thing. You can really see how much of the game was axed when you get there. How many of you have heard that common refrain that, oh, the game gets good 20 hours in? I've always disagreed with that because you get to the big thing at the giant open air, and it's like, and the game has opened up to do nothing. It's this big, open, empty space of nothing where you can go do boring hunt quests. This was another feature that was axed. There was supposed to be a whole lot more to this portion. This was supposed to be the, relatively speaking, World of Ruin portion of the game, or the third disc thing over in FF7. And Pulse was supposed to be a whole thing, like the whole other half of the game. For those of you not aware, it's not. There's very little to do there other than just hunting or doing the little side quests. And if you decide not to do any of the optional stuff, Pulse lasts like an hour, tops. Like you just race through it because there's nothing there. It was supposed to be this whole thing, and you could tell because as Zira was just about to. Zira, tell us why Crystal Tool sucks. Do it. A lot of this game, this is actually something they talked about. Oh, actually, we played 12. It's something they talked about extensively in the interviews after the game came out. It's just how much content was on the cutting room floor. At the time the interviews were made, they were very mum about what they were doing, but they flat out stated that they had taken all the content they had designed and developed for this game that didn't make it into the game and were using it to make a whole other game. Nowadays, we know it was for 13-2, a game that by all accounts is a much better game. But yeah, it's worth noting that they had so much extra leftover stuff that they had a huge jump start and leap forward in designing 13.2. That's actually why 13.2 got made, which we'll talk about someday. Not today, by the way. 13.2 is not funded at all. We'll get there someday. By the way, there's one other problem with all of this. How many of you remember that this game came out alongside another game called Xenoblade? Now, for those of you who don't remember, Xenoblade crushed it financially. Xenoblade was on the Wii, and the Wii, like some of Nintendo's machines, was a money printing machine. And so Xenoblade Chronicles kind of exploded. There's a reason the Xeno series is still going and still going strong. Yeah, by the way, thanks, Reggie. So yeah, Xenoblade was the direct competitor to Final Fantasy XIII, and the two of them kind of went deliberately head to head, and there was a lot that kind of pushed them out alongside each other. Hang on one second. Nope. Xenoblade Chronicles came out about 6 months later. I was right. I just wanted to double check the months. I guess you could say 6 months is a fairly long period of time. Yeah, Xenoblade, there was a whole thing with Xenoblade. There's actually a lot. We'll cover that history someday. But the relevant point is that, yeah, so the FF13 was on the PS3 and the Xbox 360. And Xenoblade Chronicles was over here. The people amongst the gaming space knew that Xenoblade was made by the Xenogears and Xenosaga team, or at least some of the original Xenogears and Xenosaga 1 team. Sorry, let's be more clear about that. It had Xeno in the title. It was on the Wii. The Wii was everywhere. I don't know. Can someone check if we have Ace Combat 8, please? Because I honestly don't remember. I think it's on the list. If it's not, we can fix that. Xenoblade was also critically very open world, to its own detriment, if I might be so bold. But the point is, Xenoblade was perfectly positioned to be a direct contrast to FF13, and I have argued for years. So we talked about the hallway stuff. We're about to start talking about the hallway stuff, finally. I have argued for years that the reason why everyone still talks about the hallway thing is specifically because of Xenoblade being its direct competitor, starting that particular talking point. Because again, Xenoblade was extremely open world. Like huge, big open spaces and 200 side quests, and God, it's so boring. The side quests, I mean, are so boring. So yeah, total opposite, and a smash hit and blah, blah, blah. It's not like this game sold badly. But hang on, I lied to you. Before we talk about the hallway thing, I want to mention one other thing. Because I think there's a second reason why everyone talks about the hallway thing, and that's because Toriyama himself couldn't keep his gob shut and specifically blamed the game's poor reception on the fact that gamers want big open worlds. They don't want hallways. His words, by the way, not mine. And he specifically blamed the Western audience for not being able to appreciate a typical Japanese game, which usually has a more linear experience. Which is nonsense. Which is complete nonsense. I'm not a big fan of Toriyama, if it's not obvious. I have a lot of respect for a lot of the people working on this game. He is not one of them. This is a good time as any to mention that this game sold about 1.9 million units in Japan in a little over a year. And 1 million units in North America in a month. I need to stress this for a second, because this is something I have been pushing back against for years. There has been this awful, awful lie that the upper executives have told the developers of Square for 30 years. I think they're finally past it, actually. I think we've finally gotten past it. But going back to the early 90s, there was this recurring lie that the Western audience, it's specific to Square thing, that the Western audience, which they primarily mean the United States, but also later would include Europe, do not enjoy Final Fantasy. And Final Fantasy games just don't sell well over there. And absolutely none of that is true. And we have receipts. I will never forget, I know I've said this anecdote several times. One of my favorite anecdotes about this is when, Sakaguchi was doing an interview. No, I don't remember his first name. Hang on, his first name's, God damn it. Motomo Toriyama. There we go. No, we can literally prove it. We can prove how stupid this is. Sorry. My favorite anecdote was years down the line, Sakaguchi was doing an interview. And the person asked, it's like a basic question, which was something along the lines of, so what do you think about FF6? I want to talk about FF6, because FF6 is super awesome. And Sakaguchi expressed surprise at this, was like, what are you talking about? Like FF6 didn't sell in the United States. And the interviewer, stalled for a minute, what? And, the interview paused. And then, there's this thing, and it comes, because it's all written, so they come back. I came back later and showed him the specific sales figures that I was able to dig up on the spot for FF6, and he was shocked at how well FF6, for those of you who don't remember, FF6 was selling out in the States. They were running out of cartridges because they only make so much physical cartridges, and they were running out because they were flying off of the shelves. But no, FF6 didn't sell. Because there was this consistent lie. Actually, we talked about this back in Xenogears and in Chrono Cross as well. There was this consistent lie that Square kept telling their developers that, no, the West doesn't like your stuff. 1 million units shipped just in the United States, just in 1 month. Yeah. Give me a freaking break. I don't know. The most common theory that I've heard, including myself, amongst the closest thing I have to a theory, is that it's just plain old racism. because it's Japan, right? Like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Japan's great and all, but my God, they still have a bit of a problem with what is it, gaijin, I believe is the term. And this was actually much worse in the 90s and aughts. So yeah, I honestly think it was just general xenophobia. I don't. I think that's what it was. I think there was just this ugh, foreigners don't count kind of a mentality. And I don't know what else to say about that. It's just okay. That sucks. Anyway, so Toriyama, between Toriyama deliberately blaming poor reception in the West on corridors and the Xenoblade thing, um, I think that's kind of where that talking point started. And it has never really stopped. We've never really stopped having the corridors. So let's talk about the corridors thing. Let's get this out of the way. There's nothing wrong with having a linear freaking game. Let's just get that obvious statement out of the way. I like Super Mario Brothers 3 as much as the next person, or Mega Man 5, or Final Fantasy 6, or whatever you want to throw out there. The most obvious comparison point is Final Fantasy 10, which is an extremely linear game and is quite literally a corridor. It's because of the nature of what they were doing and limitations of the PS2 and all that stuff we'll talk about later. Whoosh, right? Yeah, nice linear corridor, no problems, no issues. No, that's not the issue with FF13. that's not. That's not. Yeah. Um, FF10 was a huge smash success story for Square. And it's good because it has been argued, and I actually agree with this, that if FF10 was not the cash cow that it was, there's a decent chance that Square really would have gone under because they were kind of riding high. Remember, 10-2, a game I actually enjoy for what it's worth, is a game that was made on like the tiniest string budget you can imagine, specifically because of the fact that they were like, oh God, as a result of Spirits Within. Just, yeah, no, exactly. The issue with 13's corridors, and we'll show this on camera, is that they are corridors with nothing. There's no NPCs to talk to on the side of the road. There's no animations playing. There's no little side questy things. There's no little side optional areas you can go to get loot that's worth a damn. And if I might be so bold, and I know this is going to sound strange, but I think the single biggest problem with the 13's corridors can be described, and I'm going to try and do this in a way that the mic will pick up. Looks like the mic is trying to filter it. I don't know how much of that you heard. Yeah, nice big empty corridors of nothing to do or see or otherwise. Um, and yeah, it's the coconuts. Exactly. It's the footstep sounds. Most people don't think about the footstep sounds in video games. But it's actually a pretty critical element of gameplay design, of sound design, and designing footsteps that aren't invasive, but are still present and are still adding to the overall immersion of the scene is important. But if you listen to, and you'll listen when we get there in FF13, Lightning sounds like she has freaking horse hooves on. Like someone actually smashed some horseshoes onto her feet. And so she just goes around, kung, 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 and it's nonstop. We talk about Rockin' the Shoe. This is kind of like Rockin' the Shoe Plus, because there is just this nonstop issue of just kung, 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 everywhere. And there's no getting away from it. Like, there's no avoiding it unless you take out your headphones or mute the TV or whatever. Yeah, I like Holy Grail. Holy Grail's a good film. Yeah, right? You don't really think about it. You don't really think about it. But it really is this non-stop thing. If I could quote, I think Takoida said this, you can get used to living near an airport. That doesn't make it good, right? And always, at every time, it's going to be affecting you. You're going to have sleep issues, and you're going to be having issues like, oh, God, and you're just going to have problems going to the bathroom because your body cycles are completely off and all that. It's just going to be this thing that just sort of affects every aspect of your life because you live next to an airport. It's the same problem. It's the same overall issue, as you were constantly hearing her freaking clopping hooves. I digress. So, poor Eternus. Poor Eternus, I'm pretty sure, is struggling with internet. But on the off chance you hear this, Eternus, I'll go and put that on Ace Combat 8. If you think of two other things, let me know. Or if you want to just give it to the crowd, or me, let me know. But either way, why don't we go ahead and jump into this, shall we? But before we do, I do want to say shoutouts and thank you to a few people. Oh, by the way, Blade Devil, could you put that towards something else, please? Shoutouts and thank yous to Alistair, and Diddy, Ash Zarnaduch. Zarnaduch? Oh, God, I don't know how to pronounce that. Asmiristar, Bragwin, Cody DW12, Korgoth88, Cycloud2, Dark Day 95, Darkrai 69, Diesel Edge, Doc Brown 13, Doom Rider 56, Dream Whisper, J Meister 25, Candyman 1990, Melkor Blade 7, Mike 12192, Monk Moddington, Mr. Red 97, Nitro Nick DSR, Fife 9, Ramble RHP, Reggie Brock, Robostal, Saber for Wife, Sakage, Surf 136, TSB, Ultima Cloud 7, Unknowable Name, Valerian Wraithwall, Vancini, Wenlock, Wilking 50, Zen _ Zobe 70, Walker 02, Foxbat, Savacom 04, person who put this game on the list, which is Michael Norman, and our majority shareholder. Excuse me. Nope. Wrong terminology. Majority advocate? Yeah, I think we came up with our majority advocates, which actually I did this wrong. So Orchid, Valerian, A Noble Name, and Alistair. Thank you, all of you, very, very much for keeping the lights on. We'll find out, won't we, Spartan? I should mention, even though I put it here, and I did, and I think this game will suck, and I do, I'm walking into this with as open of a mind as I'm capable of doing. Part of the problem is I'm already quite familiar with the story of this game. I did, after all, do an entire lore run of it, so I've already got that back in the cartridge, for lack of a better way to put it. But as I said, I've never played the gameplay of this game without cheating. See you around, Blue Alex. So I gotta not push. If I push anything, it'll skip the cutscene. So let's just go and watch this. True, PB Good Fate. I'm also very curious how this is going to score, because I've heard several people, including Valerian in chat right now, as well as Rax if they were here, defending this game. And I decided after some thought to back off of bashing it, specifically because I hadn't reviewed it. I don't like bashing something if I don't have, like, if I can't defend it, if I can't show receipts. So over the next few days, we're going to be showing some receipts. We'll see how that goes. The odds of Hope reviewing positively are incredibly low. I'm pretty sure Hope will score lower than Snow. FF13 was quite well selling. As I just mentioned, it's actually moved over 11 million units as of 2014. That's counting multiple releases and multiple SKUs, but still. I'll tell you one thing I think we can all agree on. Zaz is awesome. I don't like lightning. I don't like snow. I don't like hope. I don't like Vanille. Fang's fine. Zaz is awesome. He's the Laguna of the game. Even people who aren't a big fan of 13 or 8 like Zaz and Laguna. I've heard someone... It was Resident Arc, actually. The original game came out in December of 2009. So, functionally, 2010. Yeah, no kidding, Easel. I don't remember when this version of the game came out. I guess I could check. Yeah, can I alt tab? I can alt tab! Woo! 2014! Oh, that makes sense. That's why that's the last time they tracked that. Allow me to go ahead and say, oh, hey, is this game on sale? Oh my god! This game is on sale! I can't keep getting away with this! For those of you not aware, it is a weirdly recurring trend that games go on sale either while I'm streaming them or like immediately before or after. It's $7 if you're interested. On Steam. Sorry, obviously I'm looking at Steam. That's really funny. Steam's just like, all right, what's he streaming? What's he streaming? It is probably a game worth $7. Not gonna lie about that. And that brings me to today's sponsor. No. Before we go too much further into this, I do want to say a personal thing I disliked about this game. And no, it's not the fact that lightning was literally being used as a fashion model. No, that was a real thing. That's not actually a joke. Let's ignore that. That's true. You can get a Chipotle burrito. Wait, where the hell can you get Chipotle for only $7? Jesus Christ, where do you live? Don't answer that question. And today's sponsor, that huge list of people I just read off. So, personal vibe thing. And we will see. Oh, half a burrito. Look, I can't read. Okay, reading is fundamental, all right? She got the drip. This is the game I have used for... I think I could safely say decades at this point. Right? Like 15 years counts? Can I say decades? Oh, fine. This is the game I've used for years as an example of why I don't like meaningless flash in cutscene design. I actually did an experiment once in a cutscene that's very, 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 very far into this game, where it's the Gondor calls for aid thing, right? It's the moment. It's not even a spoiler, right? You know the type of scene. Oh, everything sucks, but then everyone comes together to help us. Woo! And so I saw two of those scenes. One was from Final Fantasy XIII, and one was from Final Fantasy IX. No spoilers, but you probably know which both of those are if you're familiar with the games. And this person had no exposure to the game. I just wanted their opinion from a totally outside perspective. And as you might know, as you might be able to presume, the person in question looked at the FF9's one and said, yeah, that one's just better, top to bottom. Because it is. FF13's, the biggest vibe check thing, the biggest personal, negative thing I would give FF13 is that so much of it is meaningless flash to me. There's nothing wrong with a sparkler, right? But I like real fireworks. I like, and this is doubly frustrating to me because a lot of Square cutscenes, including one with the Kingdom Hearts series, are absolutely filled with visual storytelling and symbolism and indications and great usage of camera angles and tone and color and movements and all kinds of great stuff to indicate stuff so that there's some meat There's something going on in the cutscene that I can analyze, right? Except in FF13, where it was just this meaningless flash. And I've always gone to... It's the racing scene, for those who are familiar with it. I've always used the racing scene as pretty much the example of just meaningless flash, of just, what is this trash? I'm not saying it's going to get a bunch of negatives. But it's probably going to get a bunch of negatives. Okay. I wanted to get that out there. Sparkler. Woo! Okay. I'm done bashing the game. I guess we should actually play it. So, okay, I want dual inverted. I want names on. I want speakers on. Oh, we've got an easy mode. That's interesting. We'll have to look at that. We should be good elsewise. Can I change this later? Does anyone know? Because I know that this difficulty mode was not in the PS3 version. I think they added this for the Xbox version. I know this, obviously it's in the PC version, that's what we're playing. Okay, if we can change this later, we're good. We'll just start at normal. Oh, there you go. To change the difficulty at any time, press E. Cool. I'm guessing it's going to be lazy difficulty, but let's just... So let's watch our opening cutscene. I'm walking in neutral. Neutral. Okay, 50 negatives. 50 negatives for that cloud. That's not cloud at all.
The 13 days after we awoke were the beginning of the end.
Oh yeah, by the way, Vanille was originally Lightning and vice versa. That's why Vanille's still the narrator. Music's gonna be a positive. Or 2 or 8. These might be the bad guys.
You serious?
Be quiet.
Best of luck. She did it! Hands high!
Listen, I can't imagine a scenario in which masked armed thugs would be deporting citizens.
I'm not a lessee. So far, so good. They all want to fight.
Good for them.
No, she has a gravity materia thing. Alright, so we're starting on a train, going into the Mako facility. Sorry.
Give me that.
I mean, honestly, humanization. No, that was a deliberate design choice, Dame Celeste. As I mentioned earlier. It was their intention to make her a female Cloud. They just failed at it. Okay, it's CGI. You don't need to have 5 cuts for the animation, guys. I'm sorry. I don't want to get persnickety. There are way too many edits in this cutscene. This was also the era of over-edited cutscenes. In fact, when did that Liam Neeson movie come out? Can someone double check me on that? I love Zaz. Immediately, I love Zaz. Yeah, the fence scene. When did that movie come out? Actually, I got a better one. When did Bourne 3 come out? Because that was the first movie I noticed the over-editing nonsense.
Hey! Let's be rational now. Sending the big guns now. What do we do?
Watch and learn.
Ooh.
2007. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, over-editing can go straight to hell. Okay, so... Pause. Let's all take a breather. Let's take a moment. Electrified saw blades. Well, you know, in case you want them to scream as they're dying from being saw bladed to... Let's shut up. Point being... Let's use this over here. Someone mentioned the music being repetitive earlier. Allow me to be clear. I think this game actually has the same musical problem that FF14 does. Now, I know what you're saying, but FF14 has amazing music, and you're right. But what it also has is a love affair with motif. And so what ends up happening is you'll hear 10 songs which have the same motif going through it. And so it sounds repetitive even though it's not, right? And so you feel like you're just hearing the same song over and over. And FF13 has the same overall problem, is that there's this one specific motif which plays constantly in like overworld zones, and in combat and in boss battles and in cutscenes. I'll put down a question mark for that. Yeah, Sarah's theme has it. Yeah, it's a pretty regular thing. For whatever it's worth, I actually really like 13's soundtrack. It's just... Oh, 100% Plutonia. Think about it, like, I mean, you probably know better than I do. Think about how much extra work it takes to do that kind of over-editing, instead of just showing the render as is. Having a static camera background. That's a design choice to have over-editing. Okay, so we start off in medias res. Not a problem. FF games in general love to do that. Games in general love to do in medias res. I have to, but I'm struggling. I want you to know, Valerian, and deep in your heart, that I'm trying very hard not to be negative. Because if it's, I have never said this before, I kind of despise this intro. I despise this intro so much that I never bought the game until it came out on PC and I had to buy it for my show. That's... That's how much this intro affected me. So I'm trying very hard to walk into this and just be nice and neutral. Because the problem with that intro is there's a whole lot of... Okay. There are ways to convey things immediately. There are ways to get across ideas and concepts without having dry exposition, without having someone do narration, without having to have someone turn to the camera, metaphorically, right? Oh no, we lost Valerian! No! I lost Valerian! It's okay, I don't blame him. I don't blame him. He probably doesn't want to watch me bash his favorite game. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Yeah, there's also ways to obfuscate things. There's plenty of ways to make this work. We have... Yeah, exactly, Matt Overlord. I was about to use some direct comparisons. I don't like directly comparing this to FF7. But even by the time that cutscene had finished, we at least have an idea of what's going on in FF7. We're a mercenary hired by a terrorist organization to take down a reactor, and there's probably something about some big evil organization involved. Okay. There's also a little bit of corporate environmentalism vibes right off the beginning, so we've got a tiny bit of the dominant theme of FF7 right about. FF7, for its many issues, actually has a very strong intro. FF4, I'll use another example. FF4, what do we get right in that opening cutscene? A person who's conflicted about the orders they're receiving, increased militarism and expansionism by someone, and there's something about crystals, and how there's this one power which is using its expanded military might to claim crystals, and all that. And and the main character, Cecil, is obviously very conflicted about the horrible things he's been forced to do. So, okay, all of that's right there right at the beginning. Okay, FF6, and I'm not going to go down the list. It's not like they don't know how to convey stuff, just bang right off the beginning, right? If I can use a random weird-ass example, Space Marine 1. Hear me out for a second. Space Marine 1 has a badass intro if you haven't seen it. And it's mostly done with two people texting each other, and we see the text showing up on screen as it's showing some scans of the planet. And we understand very, very quickly. Yeah, exactly. Strategic value absolute is a great line, which is then even repeated. You know, unlikely, incapable of dealing with the situation. How do we deal with this? Unavailable. Must retain. Repeat. Strategic value absolute. What I'm trying to say when I use these comparisons is how much you can convey right up front, right? And the reason that this game sucked for me for so long was almost entirely because of this intro. Because what do we know so far? Let's actually, I would love to say nothing, but let's not be exaggerative. What do we actually know what's going on? Okay, there's evil, oppressive people. We know they're evil and oppressive because their faces are hidden. It's a very old technique. Look at Star Wars for really not pioneering, popularizing that technique. So there's the bad guys, okay? There's something called a lessee, which is something to be afraid of. Oh god, I think that might actually be it. Like we mentioned earlier, deportation. We don't know that yet. In the moment, we aren't actually aware of that. Yeah, people are fighting. There's obviously magic and technology, but that's not conveying anything. Oh yeah, by the way, fun fact. One of the things that was actually an intended statement by the creators of the game, one of the things they mentioned in interviews, was they really wanted to do something completely new. Something brand new for the Final Fantasy series. They wanted to bring in sci-fi elements. It's not a joke! It's not a joke! FF1 had a space station! And robots! Fallout 3. Fallout New Vegas. And Fable. Thank you, Orthodoxia, very, very much. Yeah, they wanted... Yeah, FF8's right there! In FF4, we go to the moon! Alright. Yeah, I've been to space, yo! In a literal spaceship. Sorry. I find that funny because what it says to me... I don't want to zoom out too much on this. But let's look at that sentence for a second. Let's look at that interview. They wanted to have strong sci-fi elements. Okay. Now hang on, pause. They also wanted lightning to be a female cloud. Do you see the problem with these two things? Hang on. I'm sure you're already tired of this song, and I want to talk about this for a second. This doesn't affect the review. I just want to rant. Is that okay? Do you mind if I rant for just a second? Yeah, let's just kill that. Let's just kill that really quick there. What does gender matter? Well, it depends if you're an innie or an outie, Giga. Duh. I just want to rant. Hang on, let's pull up some more. Let's pull up this. This is for you, Blue Wind, if you're watching on the VOD. Here we go. There we go. So, Okay, I won't torture you with Game Boy music. I'm sorry. Actually, oh, there's some good Game Boy songs. I got this one. There's a good Game Boy song. So, how many of you are familiar with New Trek? Now, I'm gonna use Star Trek as the example here because I am stupidly familiar with it. I'm way too familiar with Star Trek. I have analyzed and studied and researched Star Trek too much in my life, so I can just use it right off the top of my head. Now, there's certain elements of New Trek that are fine, just to be clear, and there's certain elements of New Trek that are great. But that's not really what I mean. New Trek in general, Discovery is really the worst offender here, although Picard certainly qualifies as well. Especially Picard Season 2. But, yeah, Lower Decks is cool, Prodigy is awesome, highly recommend it. Some of Strange New Worlds is great, you know. Discovery eventually finds itself in, like, Season 4-ish, you get it. But the problem with when they started New Trek, when Discovery was new, and they were still trying to invent it, was that all of the people involved didn't want to make a Star Trek show. No, Voyager, DS9, Enterprise, and TNG are all modern Trek, Starscream. Okay, hang on. You know what? Just for you, Mr. Red, just for you, I'm going to play your theme song. You ready for this? So they didn't. No, the overwhelming attitude was that they didn't want to make a Star Trek show. And I'm not actually being facetious. I'm not speaking about quality. I'm just saying before we even discuss the quality of the finished product, the people involved wanted to make their own thing. We have documents at this point. Like, we can prove this now. At the time, it was suspicion. But even right now, oh my God, you're right, Ross. Even right now, or even back in the day, we had an idea what it, and now we can prove it. They wanted to do their own thing, and they were kind of ham-fisted into doing a Star Trek show. So it would be like if I reached out to Mr. Red, no offense, Mr. Red, and grabbed him and said, make a new Star Trek show. And Mr. Red, for those of you who know, hasn't even watched TNG yet. So Mr. Red is, this is the important part, not familiar with Trek. And there's a couple ways you can walk into that. There's actually basically 3 ways you can walk into that. So first, we're going to call it the Voyager way. Early Voyager had the problem where a lot of the people involved were just doing this as their day job. They didn't really care one way or the other. They weren't against making Voyager. They weren't in favor of making Voyager. They were just trying to be professionals and do their job. Nothing necessarily wrong with that. But you can kind of see how that results in, especially in early Voyager, which is when this is prevalent, a kind of a flat product, right? The end result is very produced by the office. We usually use the term by committee for this kind of thing. But you get the, yeah, it's the Harrison Ford approach, exactly. It's a job. Yeah, eventually they found themselves and started rocking it, because Voyager later is awesome, but you get my point, right? So, okay, cool. That's one approach. That's one way you can do that. The second approach is the Nicholas Meyer approach. And you know what I'm going to say here, because Wrath of Khan literally saved Trek. For the second time. So, Wrath of Khan, Nicholas Meyer was completely unfamiliar with Trek when he walked in. And he was tapped as a new and promising producer and writer and director to go ahead and produce Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. Now, part of the reason he was brought in was because he was cheap. He was, after all, new, and that's how Hollywood works, is newer equals cheaper. Just universal. It's a linear line, right? So, he familiarized himself. God damn it, Ross. No! Stab! He familiarized himself with Trek. He sat down and watched TOS back to front. Watched the whole series. Took notes. Actually had a freaking notepad and just sat there and took notes about Trek, and he analyzed it. He didn't just watch it, he put thought into it. It's like, okay, what are the things that make Trek Trek? What are the things that are cool? What is this character? What is this character? How's the world work? How does the themes work? And Trek and Wrath of Khan grew naturally out of that. Yeah, he did his due diligence. He bothered. Nicholas Meyer, he is awesome. He's a great guy. I hope. I actually don't know if he's a great guy personally. I really hope he's not. Yeah, he did his freaking job. But then there's the third category, and this is where FF13 rears its ugly head. Because the third category is to basically be spiteful about the whole thing. Not necessarily literally, but just very surface level, asterisk-y approach to things. Just bullet pointing. It's like, imagine if instead of sitting down and watching all of Trek and taking notes and coming up with thoughts and analyzing characters, imagine if what Nicholas Meyer had instead done was he looked at like a couple of Trek episodes, or just like general cultural osmosis of what Trek was. It's like, okay, so Kirk's a womanizer, and Picard talks too much, and Data's an android. Yeah, you can see how this applies to New Trek, by the way, because that's pretty much exactly what they did, especially in the beginning of that. Yeah, none of these things, everything I just said is wrong, by the way. Like, just, what? And just took that and decided to make New Trek, and that's what Discovery Season 1 was. So now we got FF13. Oh, sorry. And FF13 very much stinks of that attitude, of the concept of being like, let's make Final Fantasy, let's make a new Final Fantasy game. Okay, what makes Final Fantasy? Well, it's fantasy and magic and swords. Well, hang on, we got to do something we've never done before. Let's do a strong, beautiful female character. We've never done that before. Let's make her female Cloud, who's an emo lady, who's tough as nails. Because that's totally Cloud. Let's add sci-fi elements, because that has never been in the Final Fantasy series before. Let's get rid of mana. Let's get rid of a resource that you have to manage as part of your gameplay loop in order to encourage players to use abilities. It is such a surface level. I can't even call it an analysis. What's the opposite of an analysis? Glance? It's such a surface level glance at what the Final Fantasy series is. What JRPGs are in general. And it makes sense because so many of these people were juggling so many other things at the same time. No, Ismiristar, no! No, Terra doesn't exist. It's so bullet pointy. Now here's the really strange part. This is not these people's first rodeo. Quite a few of these people worked on Final Fantasy X, for example, which has something called Machina, by the way. I don't know if you're aware of that. Oh yeah, also, that's just, yeah, they had this thing. I haven't even talked about it because I wanted it to happen naturally the first time, where if the main character dies, the whole party dies, which I hated in Baldur's Gate 2 as well. There's actually a couple of RPGs. We've talked about this concept before, where if the main character dies, the whole party dies. And let me just tell you, that is a terrible, terrible gameplay mechanic. Even if it makes sense in lore, it does not matter. It makes no sense in lore here. Let's get that out of the way. But it is a terrible gameplay mechanic. Because it means all of a sudden you have this gigantic... You're the boss. You're the giant crab monster in a Resident Evil game with this giant glowing red circle saying, please shoot me here. And yeah, I remember it because I played Persona 3 when it was new. I haven't actually played the remaster or whatever. And yeah, it was the exact same problem over there. Because Persona has this problem in general. I just... That's true, Pillars No. That's true. Clearly what they meant was modern technology, like in Final Fantasy VIII or Final Fantasy VII, instead of precursor technology like Final Fantasy 1 and 2, 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, and I was moving on. Oh yeah, that's actually another thing. Like, we're gonna stop. So I actually don't know if FF13 has Phoenix Suns. That's actually a good question. So for those of you who don't know, and we'll show this off in a bit, FF13 has this very strange choice, which I don't think they use properly, where everyone gets healed to full after combat, so every combat is a fresh combat. We'll talk more about that later, but that makes the whole if lightning dies, the game is over thing even weirder. But anyways, none of that's really going to sit in the review, because almost all of that is like behind-the-scenes stuff and interviews. And if I gave a game negatives for the nonsense that developers said off camera, that whole review page would look a lot more negative. Then I have to be paranoid. Excuse me, I need to double check something. Shoot. I missed it. Did anyone see what Eternus wanted to put the other two things to? Because I missed it. I missed it and I didn't write down. I'm so stupid. Eternus, come back. Yeah, some great games. Dragon Age Origins. Imagine how Dragon Age Origins would score if I gave it negatives for all the behind-the-scenes nonsense. As I'm going to stop playing this this Doom music here. Sorry for that. At some point I have to actually play FF13. So, yeah, Ross asked a very relevant question. Do I hate this intro more than 10-2? That is an interesting question. What were the other two things you wanted to put it towards Eternus? I missed it completely because I'm worthless and terrible. Well, see, the thing is, sorry, actually, I wasn't even done. I wasn't even done talking about the adaptation thing, right? Here's the thing. The reason I mentioned that list, the reason I mentioned those three approaches, here, have some banger music. The reason I mentioned those three approaches is because some people will say, oh, you just don't want Star Trek to change. You just don't want Star Trek to be anything new. You just want the same thing over and over again. Bullshit! Final Fantasy X and Jedi Fallen Order. You got it. The problem isn't the fact that it's new or the fact that it's different. The problem is the fact that it's bad. Yeah, DS9 was... TNG was a shakeup. DS9 was a shakeup. Enterprise and Voyager both had shakeups in midstream, which were awesome. Like, give me a break, right? It's not about something... Again, Wrath of Khan. I'm going to go right back to Wrath of Khan. Because Wrath of Khan is still Trek. But it's very different. It's very different from motion picture. It's very different from TOS. It is a development. It is a natural development of the setting, the characters, and the themes. Because someone did their freaking job. I'm completely fine with trying out new stuff. After all, and to use another example of this, I was actually quite down with FF16 being predominantly a Devil May Cry style game in its combat. Because it was still a Final Fantasy game, good, bad, and in between. That's not the issue. The issue is not that you changed it, and it irritates the ever-living snot out of me when people posit the idea that A, change is bad, and B, oh, you just don't like it because you think change is bad. And both of these arguments are stupid. And I'm sick of them. I'm sick to death of them. Because it is both directions. I hear it from both directions. There's the people over here who are like, anything different is wrong. And then there's the people over here who would say, oh, you just don't like it because it's different, assuming that I'm in the first group. No! Yeah, FF4 was a huge sea change for the Final Fantasy series. It was still Final Fantasy. God. So, what I'm trying to get across. Where's my Beetle stuff? The point I'm trying to get across is that I'm trying to explain something, because this is kind of a roundabout way of answering Ross's question. 10-2's intro was terrible, and I intend to absolutely dump a bucket of negatives on it when we get there. But there's also several things about it. Let's really analyze. Let's do a side-by-side. This is a great time to do a side-by-side. You are awesome, Ross. Thank you for giving me this idea. Everyone else, you may blame Ross for the fact that we're still not playing this game. I don't like 10-2's intro. And it's not just because of the J-pop thing. It's because the tone of the characters and the dialogue is actually at odds with the rest of the game. You probably wouldn't even know that that FF10-2 is a very big game on things like world building and character growth. In fact, it has more world building and character growth than FF10 does. Yeah, exactly. The problem with the intro is that it's this weird cotton candy barrier to getting to the actual game. Oh, 10-2 is shockingly dark. Like, it's I've said it before, FF10-2 is a political thriller wrapped in cotton candy. But that intro is just, huh? But hang on. Let's zoom in a little bit, okay? First thing we see is Riku in a bikini for some freaking reason. I mean, we all know why. I'm sorry, Pain was hotter. I'm just saying it. So she's there and she's like, okay, YRP in position. And then we have a big flashy intro and like everyone's just kind of showing off. It's very Charlie's Angels. The easiest way to convey this is it's just Charlie's Angels, right? Yeah, it's kind of this magical girl showing off thing. It was like the opening to a TV show, right? Now, I'm not a big fan of that, but you'll notice that tone is conveyed immediately. We also get a little bit of vibe on the three principal characters and their personalities and the variances between each other. Well, two, because it's actually Riku and Pain predominantly. Then Yuna goes up there and it's like, we have a terrible gameplay intro. And one of the first things we find out is something has been stolen, and they're talking about, give it back, haha. And there's this weird voice actress with anybody who's played FF10 recognizes is not Yuna's voice actress. Okay, that's strange. Then we have the extended running sequence, which is also a pretty bad gameplay sequence, but it's short. And then we have a mini boss where we go ahead and learn about the dress sphere shifting thing, and like predominant gameplay mechanics. Followed immediately by Yuna doing a dance because she's weirded out, followed by end scene. And that's our intro. We're going to cut it there, even though the intro actually keeps going past that. None of this is what I would call good. But there's still enough meat on the bones there that I can tell what the hell I'm looking at. Okay, so these three are part of a team. They've been part of a team for a while. They work well together. They coordinate together. They actually do comboing moves. They've got like that just natural dynamic chemistry that shows that this is not a new team. That's conveyed based on how they talk with each other and how they interact with each other, right? See you around, Luke. The dance is just very strange. There's even a lore explanation for the dance. It's just strange. Anyways. So we know that even if we haven't played FF10, these are a team. They're fighting against some thief. She needs to find some real clothes. And that's a double meaning. And she needs her Nuji Wuji. I'm sorry. I shouldn't joke about it. I shouldn't joke when I'm doing an analysis, because then people conflate the two. So we've got an introduction who is functionally our main introductory villain. We've got the team going against them. We understand that there's like a kind of an urban kind of a vibe. A lot of people around here, and actually it is a fairly urban game as a whole. Overall, you do a lot of interaction with people and society, and this is kind of like a pseudo post-apocalypse sort of thing where everyone's developing buildings. That makes sense. There's also some gameplay stuff. I'm going to skip over the gameplay stuff. So character, tone, setting, and presentation are all there at the beginning of 10.2's intro. It's not what I would call good. Even running through it in my head right now, it's still pretty bad, but I would still say it's better than this. And from a completely personal perspective, from a completely personal anecdote, I pushed through FF10 and was grateful that I did so. I didn't play FF13 until I played it for the marathon for the first time. That was on stream. So I never pushed through FF13. This intro pushed me out. And I don't know what else to add to that. Okay. So let's talk about how much this sucks in a more specific version. Well, it's funny you say that, Blade Taval, because the other problem here, so let's assume for a moment. Let's assume that we include what I would consider the entire intro together for both games, okay? So in FF2, 10.2, that's the moment you finish the boss at the top of Gagazet. And in FF13, it's when you get to the frozen lake. There's your two intro conclusionary points. So everything before that is intro. Immediately, you could probably tell me the biggest difference between the two. But on the off chance you didn't catch it, that would be time. The FF10.2, that's such an irritating word to say. The FF10.2 intro that I covered was actually only about half of it. The other half is the top of Mount Gagazet, which is a tutorial dungeon, you run through, there's a tutorial boss, you're done. Okay, cool. Not much going on there, to be quite frank, except for Brother being the worst human being alive. And so, there's your intro, right? In FF13, we've got the stupid cutscene we've already been through. Then we're going to go through this dungeon. Then we're going to do the next dungeon. I think we're actually going to do the next dungeon twice, technically, because we're going to switch viewpoints in the middle of it. So twice through the dungeon. Then we get like the ground section, and then we're going to go up to the boss thing, and then the frozen lake. Which doesn't sound like a mod, but it's going to be like this by comparison. And I know everyone thinks that I have this thing where I just don't like longer things. But I have to immediately point out that the FF10-2 intro, for all its many flaws, is pretty short. And it's easier to swallow a bad bit of food if it's just one bite, as opposed to if it's this entire plate of nonsense in front of you. Brother's so horrible. I hate Brother. God, I hate Brother. Alright. Now, unfortunately, because I am actually unwell right now, I have to AFK. So I'm going to go start in the in-game music so you can hear that. No, I'm kidding here. Have some Warcraft music. I mean, lol. Okay, hang on. I gotta do one more thing super quick. This will not take me long. So we got a tutorial. We're gonna watch it. Obviously, we want to see how they tutorialize this. Okay. Oops. Enough of this wow music. Let's get this garbage out of here. Ugh, I spit on it. Listen, Mook. I just... At some point I have to play this game. What's funny... And I don't want to... How do I put this in words? I was more looking forward to playing FF11 than this. There's actually a few ways you could take that, but it's still true. What in the world? Hang on, I'm having a weird issue. Give me a second. Well, I mean, I've never played FF11, so that's a new territory. There it is. Sorry, I was having a weird issue. I've never played FF11, so that's new. And it's supposed to have a good story, so that's cool. Let me jot down some notes super quick here. Oh man, it's gonna be great. Oh, I guess I should unmute the game, huh? Let's go ahead and... Hey, there we go. Alright, so let's view the tutorial. So, time flows continuously through battle. Watch as your ATB gauge slowly charges. Characters perform actions to expend charges. The actions which they perform depend on the commands you select. You can input entire strings of commands and unleash them all at once. Select Auto Battle to queue up a set of commands tailored to your situation. Select Abilities to specify individual commands as you see fit. Description of command is at the top of the screen. For now, Auto Battle. Okay. 2 attacks have been put in your command queue. As you learn abilities, you'll use commands other than attack. It'll become possible to create longer strings of commands. Next, you'll choose your target. When fighting multiple enemies, your target using this and press Enter to confirm it. You only face one enemy at a time, so the choice is simple. Once you finish your attacks, enter more commands and continue fighting until you defeated the enemy. But you'll only be able to control Lightning, and Zaz will fight on his own, supporting her as he deems best. Good luck! I mean, I was told recently that I am just contrarian for the sake of contrarianism.
Not so tough now, huh? Hey, that wasn't like a challenge now, all right? Hey!
I've always loved how Zaz comes across as this, like, down-to-earth, low-tier person, even though he's just as strong as everyone else, and also wields 2 giant magnums that would break your arm if you shot them.
I'm coming!
Zaz is awesome.
This thing won't give up.
Even if he's a bit of gameplay and story segregation, he's still awesome. He will, unfortunately, be the source of some negatives later, which I'm very sad about. So, did you catch that? Now we're fighting the same boss again, with no real change to the fight. Why? Notice that there's no strategy to the fight either. There's no tactics here. There's no boss design. It is just an enemy with stats. There's nothing we can really do at this point other than fight. Right now we have Blitz. Let's try Blitz. Okay, cool, cool. Not really do much, but sure. Now let's go ahead and pop a potion. Because, you know, we're on the verge of death here. You also notice how relatively long this is taking, which I know I just complained about length, but hear me out for just a second. The reason I'm pointing out the length... Oh yeah, by the way, skippable cutscenes, woo! The reason I'm pointing out the length is because this is the second time we're fighting the same enemy with no change in, like, gameplay. Like, nothing's changed. Like, if you're gonna force me to fight a goblin for 2 minutes, I'm gonna raise an eyebrow, you know what I mean?
Oh, goodness. Woo. We did it.
Yeah, obviously later on this game actually has a great deal of depth to its combat, which, I'm going to be honest with you, I only know because I've seen speedruns of this game. And let me tell you, speedruns of this game are wild. Because they have to do so much crap, and they pretty much constantly face the risk of dying. Yeah, Lightning's completely unfazed. Zaz is like, oh, thank God. So, I cannot believe this. I'm going to go and jot down a positive for the intro for Zaz. Or more accurately, for characterization. Yeah, he's out of breath on exactly that overlay. That's good. I'll give you that. I'll give you that game. I also want to mention one of the things I feel like they should have done is made Zaz the Tidus of the game, right? Obviously, he isn't. He really isn't. But making him making him our viewpoint character and making it to wait, what did I pause on? Oh, for God's sakes. Look, fine. Go Oogle Lightning. Yeah, I'd bang her too. Whatever. Yes, exactly, PB Good Fate. I wish Zaz was laughing stupid. No, I wish he was our viewpoint character. Tidus actually was a smart move in FF10 because they wanted to introduce this vast alien world. And let's be clear, FF10's world is actually quite alien. Legitimately. The rules of its culture and its not technology and its society and its history and its magic are all very strange, especially compared to like a Final Fantasy norm. In most Final Fantasy games, you could say fantasy magic with sci-fi bent, and you're kind of good, right? Like you're good to go. But FF10 had all kinds of extra weird rules to how the world worked. So they wanted someone to tell that to, and that's Tidus, and that worked. Yes, thumbs up, positive. We'll get there when we get there. I wish Zaz had been used like that, but instead the problem is there is no viewpoint character. And I am going to give a negative for that, because I think the lack of a viewpoint character is a major element that hurts FF13. We have no viewpoint character. All of these people are fully aware of their world, know how it works and operates, and so we, the audience, don't really get any proper conveyance of any of that. And on top of that, and connected to that, FF13's world is actually quite alien. In fact, it is more alien than FF10's. For those of you not aware, we are currently operating on like a giant Dyson shell hovering up over a giant flat plane, which I have actually theorized is not a planet, but instead is like a plane of existence. So we've got the plane of Earth down there. We've got this mecha orb sitting up here, which is being suspended up in the air, and then there's upside down interior oceans and wild monsters roaming here, and there's all these rules about how these mecha gods were left behind from their creator gods, and how they brand people in order to force them to do things, but they don't give them instructions because that would be too easy, and just all kinds of weird, wild alien stuff. Yeah, it is extremely alien setting. Now that's fine. The world being alien is fine, but that's exactly why we needed a viewpoint character. We needed a Titus. We needed someone who we could see through their eyes in order to have all of this stuff conveyed to us, because it's new to us as it's new to them. I guess that's an exposition thing, really. Vanille as a narrator might have worked, but the problem is, A, she's not a viewpoint character, so she's just telling us stuff. And B, honestly, I don't think... I know people come down really hard on narration, and for good reason, because narration, let's be honest with ourselves, let's just be really blunt. Narration is the laziest way to convey exposition. Narration is literally the character telling the audience stuff. That's what narration means, to narrate, right? Well, you can have an in-character degree of narration, like, when you've got interior thoughts or something like that. Narration is something I hesitate to lean on to convey something like this. Most narration tends to work when it is done as part of something else. So just Vanille narrating would have worked a lot better, in my opinion, if they had done so with something else, and there's no something else here, right? So, like, Off the Deeper End asks, who would have been the viewpoint character here? Honestly, I don't know. They would probably have to invent a brand new character here for this. I don't mean literally. I mean, like, they would have to take the existing character piece and put a new character piece on top of an existing character. So, like, maybe Vanille has true amnesia and never recovers. So all of this stuff is completely new to her. She has no idea what's going on. So how does this work? Yeah. I very hesitate to lean on amnesia, because that's another trope that is often used very badly. However, amnesia can and has been used very well. Yeah, Titus's own narration works because it is done in complementary to Titus's viewpoint. Like I said, it's part of his... Honestly, my favorite example of narration being done well is the Lord of the Rings intro. In Fellowship of the Ring, the movie, obviously, because there is a narration there. It's being done by, oh god, I can't think of her name. It's not Glorfindel, that's a guy. Galadriel. It's being done by Galadriel, but it's also being done in complement to a tremendous amount of visual storytelling that's happening in tremendous density. You ever watched that intro? Like, I don't want to overpraise, but the Fellowship of the Ring intro is actually really, really good. It conveys a huge amount of information in an extremely short period of time. And what she's saying isn't so much narration in the traditional sense. It is a narration, but what she's doing is she is giving a flowery, she is conveying tone rather than literal events, if that makes any kind of sense. The main point that she is pushing across is how things felt. What we are seeing is what actually happened, if that makes any kind of sense. And it works very, very well. It also is rather limited. We only get that one thing right there. And yeah, Lord of the Rings trilogy is amazing. Water's wet. Moving on. But sorry, getting back to FF13 for a second. I think Zaz might have worked for this, because all you'd have to do is make him someone who is sufficiently isolated as to not really be a part of things. Maybe he was a smuggler, Han Solo-esque type. Maybe he was someone who just lived in a really isolated part of some city, or maybe he is from Pulse, or something. Something that makes it so that he is separate from the world that he is now being dragged through. Mostly against his will, if you're paying attention. Even already it's been conveyed that he is not really a willing participant in what's going on. My favorite tiny detail about this credit is when he sees the giant scorpion mech, FF7 reference, and he says, "Run!" Lightning then runs right to the boss, and he then says, "No, I'm in a way!" Yeah, exactly, Melkor Blade. Like, I feel like Zaz really should have been the down-to-earth perspective character, because it wouldn't be that hard to shift him down. I guess I could change this to FF13 now. It wouldn't have been that hard to readjust him to that. And he's already a great character, so we already invested because he's invested, right? Put a question mark there. Anyways, I suppose we should get past the first encounter.
Aren't you supposed to protect civilians, soldier? I mean, you are Sanctum, aren't you? What are you doing trying to stop the purge? Why don't you tell me that?
I was a soldier.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Oh yeah, hi, Liara.
Man. Chocobo, just can't catch a break, can we?
Oh yeah, also, ex-soldier.
Yeah, that's a good question. Oh well, better follow up. I'm getting too old for this.
Nope, we're good. You should use the data log to get all the information that the game isn't giving you. Ah, there it is. There it is. Listen to it. Listen to it. Close your eyes for a second. And just listen to it. Get used to this. Literally the entire game will have this. It's so loud. Oh, hey, there's the lore run. Wow, that's... I still have my saves. That's... wow. So here's the corridor. Here's how encounters work. Very 10-2, actually. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Mr. Red. There's actually a specific fan patch just to try and optimize the file structure of the game, because it's ludicrous. For the record, we are running no fan patches at the moment.
What do you suppose this is? The army leaving its toys out now? Fixing to dish me already, huh? Hey now. Great. The entire army came out to play.
Yeah, 50 gigs for a 2010 game. This game was silly on the PS3. It was legitimately better optimized for the Xbox 360, and the PC version, from my understanding, is based off the Xbox version. So this is a little bit better. And obviously, for the purposes of review, we are playing the PC version, so duh. Yeah, I don't want to overpraise, because Square didn't figure out PC ports until... Pixel remasters, I want to say? Did you see they're trying to do another port of FF7 on the PC, by the way? Which is good, because for those of you not aware, without hyperbole, the PC port of FF7 is garbage, do not ever play it. The current one. The one you could get on Steam right now. The old PC version, which came out of disc, was better than the one that's on Steam right now.
Places of wars.
Yes, Blades of All. That's a good point. Let's go ahead and let's just find our settings button here. There we go. Okay, hey, I found it. Okay. Let's turn down our audio. Anyone notice the problem yet? I think so, Perno, yeah. So anyways, now that we've established that we're just stuck with the clonk, it's a lot of little stuff you probably wouldn't notice unless you're paying attention. But let's just say that the general vibe of playing FF7 on Steam is going to be weird and janky because weird stuff is wrong everywhere. The Steam version is a port of the PC version is a port of the PS1 version, and all of the problems that entails. It was also back, like I said, when they hadn't really figured out how to figure out porting stuff to the PC yet. Now, in the interest of honesty and fairness, porting stuff to the PC is a whole thing. PC development is a very different animal than console development for a lot of different reasons. I love his portrait, by the way. But that's why you do it. That's why you put the time and effort and work into figuring it out. Or you farm it out to a company who knows what the hell they're doing and don't do it on the cheap. Square, yeah. Alright, so let's look at our data log. Let's look at this. Oh, yeah, here we go. Chapter 1, Defiers of Fate. Lightning and Zaz are held aboard a military purge train along with a group of civilians destined for exile. In stark contrast to the uncertain and despairing people around her, Lightning appears determined and focused. She seizes upon an instant of inattention to disable a guard, and her impressive display inspires Zaz and the other civilians to take up arms against the soldiers. Oh yeah, I suppose we should talk about the theme at some point. So the dominant theme of Final Fantasy XIII is defying fate. It's right there in the name, Defiers of Fate. So I don't like that theme. I'm just going to be honest. But I also, completely separate from that statement, think it's a bad theme. And I want to kind of explain why a little bit. Usually, a dominant theme running through a work has something about it that is relatable, or something that is understandable, or something that puts you into the moment. Sometimes it's related to a message. Sometimes it's something that's relevant in real life. Sometimes it's just a big character thing, like a theme of identity, for example. Or like, say, FF6's theme is all about the connections between people, right? FF7's theme is all about environmental, treating our environment correctly, and evil corporate overlords trying to screw everything, right? Stuff like that. But the theme of this game is, there is a destiny, and you must defy it, and that's it. By the way, spoilers, this game will fail to defy its destiny, or defy its fate. We'll talk more about that later. And that's, I honestly legitimately think that that's not a very good theme, because the idea here is that they do have a fate, and that they do have a destiny, and that we will fight against our destiny, and that's just not very relatable. There's nothing really engaging about that. There's nothing that it is relevant to everyday life. This is less shaking your fist at God, see God of War, and more like, I actually don't even know what to put this. It's such a strange approach to its theme. Probably at least in part because, as I've already mentioned, the three dominant writers who are working on the work couldn't agree with each other. And when three people working on a work can't agree with each other, you tend to have issues. You know? Plus for bestiary. I'm not sure how good this will get, because I notice there's a lot of question marks here, but, still. Plus for an in-game bestiary. That is a standard positive we give. Yeah, I wasn't even going to comment on that, but yeah, when your whole theme of the entire work is defy fate, and then they fulfill their fate. Like, okay. We'll see later. I'm not going to give any negatives for it at the moment. It's just, I wanted to comment on it because it's one of the more common talking points that a lot of more zoomed out discussions about this game bring up, is that the whole theme, this isn't hyperbole. The game shoves the fate theme into your face constantly. Oh god, I don't know, Plutonian. System Shock 2, maybe? So Zaz is awesome. We've got some early characterization. We've got the lack of a viewpoint character, which we'll come back to. Lack of information. So what I'm thinking... what do they actually call the primer? What's this thing called? The data log, right? Yep, data log. Kingdoms of Amalur was weird, because Kingdoms of Amalur was about free will, which I know sounds like defying fate, but it's an important reframing. For those of you not aware, this isn't a spoiler, this is right there at the beginning. The premise of Kingdoms of Amalur is that everyone in the entire setting is sentient and sapient, but also fated. Everything they're ever going to do is something that is already written down and dictated by the ephemeral force of fate. There's no like godlike entity forcing it. It's just there is a fated timeline, and you, the PC, thanks to end up in a place where you have free will. And so the whole game of Kingdoms of Amalur is about your free will changing the entire setting. And this is actually a bit of a spoiler. By the end of Kingdoms of Amalur, you break fate completely, and fate doesn't exist anymore. That was supposed to lead into the MMO, where each of the PCs in the Amalur MMO were going to be someone who now had free will, and that was going to be the whole new status quo for it. Obviously, that MMO never happened, but state of New Jersey. Moving on. But yeah, the free will concept just doesn't really apply here. I do think at the end of the day, this is, as with most things, a problem of execution, because I've made the point many, many times that any idea can be good if properly executed. I'm probably wrong about that, but at the very least, 99% of ideas can be good if properly executed. So I think the real issue here is that FF13's overwhelming theme of defying fate is just kind of... We'll put a question mark behind that. Defying fate. Question mark. We'll circle back to that. So now I want to talk about another problem. Everyone has mentioned this. Everyone in the universe has said this negative before. And it's the data log. I actually usually give positives for something like a data log. In fact, I have many times before. I did that at Mass Effect. I did that in FF16. I did that in Dragon Age Origins, Kingdoms of Amalur. Triaxia, that's the name of it. Or Kingdom, I actually forget if it's plural or not. Anyways. So I will, and already have, give a positive for the data log in this game. Cool. Alright, cool. We're done. Positive given. The problem here is, as usual, the execution of the data log in this game is a little bit silly. So I feel like, I don't... Hang on. Let me divide this into two. We know that the reason the data log contains so much plot-critical information is because there were so many cuts of content that entire swaths of scene and dialogue don't exist in the game. Remember, everything going on into the behind-the-scenes of the creation of this game. So fairly large amounts of dialogue and story and exposition, all that, just aren't in the game. So they decided to put it in the data log because what else are you going to do? Okay. Now, speaking personally, I don't think this works. I understand why they did it, but I do think that it doesn't work. And I'm going to explain why very, very simply. Because it takes the game out of the player's hand. It says, all right, hang on. Red light. Go read a book for a moment. Okay, you can continue. And I want to explain the difference here, if I may, because I've heard some people compare this to, say, Oblivion or Morrowind as a comparison point. But I don't think the comparison point works. If I see a cool book in Oblivion and I decide to sit down and read it, it's because it's an interesting bit of backstory or world or lore or even just in-universe culture that I just want to experience. It's something that is optional. It is something that is opt-in, and it is something that I have just a personal investment in trying to in trying to do so for the fun of it, just for my own personal enjoyment. In this game, yeah, it's also diegetic. That's true because a lot of the books in those games are in-universe. They are written from an in-universe perspective. In this game, it's the same general thing. I have to stop the flow of the game to go read, but I have to do it because there's elements of plot and character which aren't being conveyed to me, along with terminology and definitions which are not being conveyed to me. So it's like, pause. Here's what this means. And it's like, okay. And so that's the first problem. And the second problem is it is done from a purely out-of-character perspective. It is the game, the writers of the game telling me, the player, what the stuff in the universe is doing. It's basically the equivalent of the streamer pausing on the menu for several seconds, or minutes, or hours, in order to try and explain what the hell's going on. So you already see the difference here. The specifics of the information being conveyed and the nature of how it's being conveyed both kind of push the player a little bit further out of the narrative, not into it. There's nothing wrong with just feeling like stopping and reading something. We've done that constantly. We did that not that long ago. What was that game? What was that horrible, horrible game that I'm trying to forget? It was a great game. I hated it. I never want to think about it again. It was a horror game. It was one of the last of the horror games we're going to cover. I'm going to look at my own website. Hang on. Lorerunner.com. Signalis. That was it. Signalis. In Signalis, almost every single time we found some kind of, letter or note or receipt or news report or whatever, we stopped to read it on camera. Because even though that was like, pause, interrupt the game to go read the note, it was interesting. It was interesting, it was short, it was something that was conveying cool little flavor and background information. It was helping to put together the mystery of the game. And, once again, it was in-universe. It was diegetic. It was part of the universe, not just the game saying, so in this section, Ampharos over here, Ampharos over here has just found out that his favorite invincibility star is in fact actually poison. So, in order to properly cleanse the Infinite Star, he's going to need to go get his amazing crystalline dice, which look incredibly awesome. And that's going to suck, because the crystalline dice are currently being defended by the plushy shark. And the plushy shark doesn't like Ampharos very much. Or, to convey the exact same amount of information, let's see if we find an email. In this exact scenario I just wrote out, it would be from the shark, right? The shark is writing to a friend of theirs. Doesn't actually matter who, right? They're just writing to a friend of theirs saying, I finally got the crystal dice. I know what its use is. I don't really have an infinite star. I don't need an infinite invincibility star. That's fine, but honestly, I think I'm going to hold on to him anyways, because you remember that one time when Ampharos stole my lunch and never put it back? Yeah, payback time, baby. Same information conveyed. Fully in universe. And adorable. The other thing I wanted to bring up is something that I'm almost positive Pillars of Eternity 1 invented. I could be wrong about that. No, we've never reviewed FF13 ever. That's one of the reasons I wanted to start with FF13 is because this is actually a giant hole in my Final Fantasy lexicon. Is I've never reviewed this game. I at least tried to review like every other FF to some extent or another. No, we're not re-reviewing FF15. I guess that's a lie. We haven't reviewed FF13, 2, or 3 either. Anyways, the 13s have never been reviewed. In Pillars of Eternity 1, they have something called nested tooltips, which is something a lot of games have used to great effect. We actually saw that recently in Mind Over Magic. Nested tooltips is when you mouse over something that, like, there's an underline. Imagine for a moment, I know obviously this is a voice-acted game, but imagine for a moment that there's text box, and Zaz says, don't worry, I'm not a l'Cie. And before you hit advanced, there's a little underline under the word l'Cie, and you can mouse over l'Cie. And there's a little pop-up that pops up that says, here's what a l'Cie is. Oh, okay. And the C is related to the Seath. Oh, what are the Seath? Nested tooltips is actually another similar approach to the data log concept, but much better executed, especially given how granular it is, because it's all up to the player how far down the Wikipedia chain they want to go with any particular concept. It's also a great way to convey gameplay information. So yeah, nested tooltips, cool. Anyways, sorry, moving on. Yeah, that's the other one I was going to bring up, is FF16 had the active time lore thing, which is another cool concept of the same general idea of, here's how we can convey other stuff. Okay.
Not like low-flying things trying to kill me.
So I hate to pause again. I would like to argue... I don't know if I should say a negative. Maybe a negative is too harsh. I would like to argue at the very least, a nothing for brickwork for this area. Yeah, the minimap makes it very clear we're on the corridor. And I want to kind of explain this a little bit. Let's talk about what brickwork is for just a second. Brickwork is the background visuals of a game whose point and purpose is to convey setting. It's the set, to use the theater equivalent, right? So, where are we and what are we doing? Like, what is this place? There's some train lines. Yep, we see those. What is anything else? I actually can answer why this game has a minimap. It's because this was originally a PS2 game, and if you remember, there was that default PS2 minimap thing that you've seen a dozen times. Half the games on the PS2 had, like, the default PS2 minimap. And that's what that is. That's the default PS2 minimap. Apparently you can get rid of it. I don't know how. Doodads are trickier. To go back to the theater perspective, doodads would be props. Hang on. Doodadding is actually not bad. The ruins and wreckage on this particular train rail are actually fine. I have no real complaint there. But I look up at the background and I see just a bunch of noise. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Now, obviously, I have done a lore run of this game. I know exactly what I'm looking at. And each of those little individual things is this whole nest, and there's this whole thing, blah, blah. But the point is, what is being conveyed here? Yeah, future-y. Again, I'm not sure if this deserves a negative, but I absolutely do not think it deserves a positive.
Not wanting to get purged, I get. But taking on trained soldiers?
Better to die than get sent to Pulse. It's hell for the brimstone.
Yeah, well, hell's not sounding too bad. Because this place ain't exactly paradise.
Domesticated peacekeepers. Nothing to worry about.
I told you, Giga.
Maybe not for a soldier girl, but I'm trying to say, hey!
Also, I swear I'll let go of how much I dislike Lightning at some point. No, I won't. But you'll notice how her nickname is Soldier Girl. Just continuing the Cloud parallels. That's all I'm bringing up. She's female, Kingdom Hearts, Cloud. It's by design. I do like how you can queue up actions. We'll see how much I end up hating that by the end of the game. It's way too early to make judgments about gameplay, but I'll be keeping an eye on that. This is, in fact, my 4th playthrough. I've already done a lore run of this, in fact. This is, in fact, my 3rd stream of this game.
Guess we, gotta fight again, huh?
In fact, I can prove it. 2017. Oh, God, it's been 9 years since the lore run. Oh. So, obviously, we don't have towns for the reasons I've already talked about. So, here's our town. They do have Phoenix Downs. Hey, Plutonia. They have Phoenix Downs. They're expensive as hell. I don't have a 5th of that. Oh, there's your town. By the way, you know another problem with removing towns? No NPCs. Obviously, it's an issue for the reasons I talked about. It's one of the pillars of gameplay. But from a narrative perspective, it makes your world feel empty. There's another concept we talk about called NPC set dressing, which is a very important thing for making your game feel like it's something other than an empty, dead world. We were talking about that in WoW not that long ago, because Garrisons failed at that, if you remember. Wow. This game doesn't really have NPCs to speak of. I'm going to argue a negative for that one, by the way. The absence of NPCs, I think, is a negative to an NPC set dressing, not merely a neutral. I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, even Lufia 2R had towns. Yeah, FF10 had towns, actually. That's a much better comparison. Expedition 33 had towns. Honestly, doing a theater of this game would be relatively easy, because there's so few roles. Right? Just shoot off?
Rebels!
You rebel scum. Sure, let's view the item tutorial. That's true, Breath of the Wild had towns. Boy, that puts that into perspective, doesn't it? Whenever your HP begins to run low in combat, you can heal yourself with items. Select the items. Yeah, sure. You have some potions. The number attempted, it tells how many of that you have left. Move the cursor, press that, sure, whatever. Each potion heals your entire team, so you don't need to specify a target. Using items is a free action, so you recover immediately without expending charges of your ATB. Remember, even if your allies are still standing, it's game over if the enemy manages to KO lightning. Okay, so... that sucks, right? it's just... Right? I guess I would put that under core combat? I'm not sure what to put that under. That's such a weird thing. I'll put some question marks by that, and we'll address that. Oh my god, you're right. Quest 64 had downs. No! Again, I myself actually agree with why they got rid of towns. But honestly, maybe the fact that you needed to get rid of towns to make your game release is a sign. Maybe you should have taken that as a sign. Yeah, Secret of the Stars had towns. I just... I can't. I can't. Let me go up. Let me go up. No! Oh, they're all dead. Starfield had towns.
There's no time.
3 towns.
What do you suggest we do?
Quiet.
Hey! 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 Wait! No, no, don't leave me!
Let go.
No, hell no! You're my only way out of here!
Okay, I'm sorry. Am I the only one complete with Zaz in all of this?
Hey, that might get us across. Right there.
Oh, you're right, Von Falkenstein. You're right. 4.
Looks that way.
Like, she was just about to ditch his ass here. You twat.
All right, you leave this to me.
Yeah, you're not endearing me to the character here, game. I'm just saying. You introduced, like, a great character who I... By the way, even right at the beginning, you notice Zaz is relatable instantly? We talked about that. Zaz is good in the first, like, 5 minutes. He's immediately good. And one of the first major characterization bits we get for Lightning is that she's willing to just abandon him here, probably to his death. Well, she's strong and beautiful. Oh no, Lightning died.
I can't stop now.
So, in case you thought I was joking, notice Zaz is still up. That is a game over. So you can hit retry. No, I did that on purpose. I was deliberately not healing. And it puts you right back here.
Hey, this way. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, did you notice that positioning matters even though the enemies move constantly and you have no control over your own positioning? Thanks, FF10-2, for bringing that forward. Yep, she's lost the will to live. I'm going to argue that that's possibly more than 3 negatives. That is a gigantic anchor on the neck of this entire game. Yeah, no, that is I don't like to use this word. That is objectively bad design. It's been bad design in almost every game I've ever seen it in. Like, in a party-based game, and let's be clear, this is a party-based game, having one party member who is just a fail-state character. Sure, let's buy some potions, why not?
Seems to be in working order.
Yeah, several CRPGs have this issue, and let's be clear, it sucks in pretty much all of those. Honestly, I think the actual worst example of this I've ever encountered personally was Baldur's Gate 2. I believe so, yes, Starscream. Sorry, you asked that earlier, and I thought I answered you, but clearly I did not.
This is not our lucky day.
Deportees, are we? Weapons down. I'd hate for this to turn ugly.
Turn ugly?
He wants to kill us without a fight.
Time's up!
Yeah, it's I forget the exact rules on it, but I'm pretty sure it's whoever your current main character is. So whoever your current main character is, if they die, it's game over. So it starts off as lightning, but later, we'll get there. So let's view the tutorial about staggering, even though they've actually already, rather smoothly, I might add, tutorialized this. Yeah, it's chess. When you hit an enemy, its chain gauge fills. Hit home, and the percentage beneath increases. The percentage is called a chain bonus. The more times you hit an enemy, the more damage it takes from subsequent attacks. Continue pummeling, building your chain until it's full. Okay, sure. Once the chain gauge is full, one further blow will stagger. Okay. I don't know how this is going to review, but put me in the camp of I'm not a big fan of stagger. Stagger has had a lot of expressions over the years. The general idea... the general idea... What is this beeping sound? Do you hear that? Yeah. The general idea is that you are supposed to do X until they stagger, at which point you do Y. Here. There you go. We're just going to mute that so you don't have to hear that. How's that? I have saved you from the beat, because I'm going to talk for a second. Take out my own headphones, too. We'll just sit here in silence. The idea is that the gameplay perspective is that you're supposed to focus entirely on the stagger and then focus on the health. It's kind of similar to an armor versus health kind of a concept in some games, right? First you shred the armor, then you do damage to the health. Okay, sure, whatever. And there have been games that have done good stuff with this. Usually when the stagger is like effectively a whole other thing versus the actual health thing, or when the two are interwoven into each other such that it's not linearly one then the other. The problem is a lot of games will do a thing where you have to stagger, and I do mean have to stagger. And what that means is every fight turns into basically the exact same format of use these attacks to stagger, use these attacks to damage, repeat. Because there's no point in doing anything else. You will not do damage unless they are staggered, right? I don't know if this is one of those. I'm just talking in a generic gameplay design concept. So you'll play a random game and it's like, all right, stagger, stagger to move it. I can actually use my personal favorite example of the stagger mechanic right off the top of my head. Although this is going to make some of you raise your eyebrows at me because this is arguably not even stagger, but I would push back against that because I think this is built off of the stagger system, and that is Dissidia. In Dissidia 1 and Dissidia Duodecim, you have something called Brave, or Bravery, and then you have Health. Now you have health attacks, but the amount of damage you do with your health attack is totally dependent on your Brave. You don't have an attack power, per se, to your HP attacks. Your HP attacks do your Bravery and damage. You get Bravery by hitting the enemy's Bravery. And there's a bunch of other stuff that intersects with that as well. There's some complexity to it I'm kind of skipping over here. But the idea is, first you stagger them by reducing their Brave, usually with the intent to break them. When you break them, then you gain a huge boost to your Brave, at which point, HP attack, bam, right? And again, execution is where that really sticks, is because there's a whole lot of gameplay to Bravery and to breaking, and a whole lot of gameplay on the HP and hitting them with an HP attack. For those of you not aware, down to the nitty-gritty, in Dissidia games, hitting with a Brave attack is usually very easy. That is to say, it's harder to dodge, would be a better way to phrase that. By contrast, most HP attacks are much easier to dodge. So part of the gameplay becomes not just getting to the point where you're bravering, but then actually successfully landing an HP attack at all. And there's all kinds of layers to this too. There's all kinds of ways this works, but I'm just pointing out that the stagger system in and of itself is not an inherently bad thing. As with most things, it just depends on execution. So we will see. We will see exactly how bad this gets. But first, silence. Okay, so be aware. The enemy's chain gauge begins to drain the moment it's staggered. Once the enemy is empty, the gauge is empty, the enemy will no longer be staggered. Jesus, Lord Harriman, congrats. You've earned that. I don't remember if the 5-star thing does anything. I feel like it does. Like later.
Hello, soldier. What's your angle? What? Classified military info? Huh? What's the matter? You quit, didn't you? Or did you think I'm gonna go out there and just tell everybody your
Pulse
secrets?
LC. My angle. I'm after the Foul C. Still happy you tagged along.
Didn't have a choice.
We'll talk about Foul C in just a second, because there's a third critical piece of that puzzle I want to talk about.
On behalf of the Cocoon citizens, I would like to thank our brave false pioneers and express our best wishes for a successful relocation.
Oh yeah, okay. Call me a weirdo. One of the things I like about FF13 is the constant camera hopping. FF9 did this as well, actually, if you remember it. What I mean by that is, I call it camera hopping because metaphorically the camera completely moves to a whole other direction, right? Oftentimes in most fiction, the camera sticks in one specific spot, either with the party or oftentimes with an individual character, right? I don't think that's the same actor, no move. In fact, I know it's not the same actor. I'm not sure who voices Barthandelus. I like the idea of bouncing around a bit to see different things that are happening more or less at the same time. Another comparison point there, again, I already mentioned is FF9. Yeah, perspective hopping, exactly. It's something I always wanted Trek to do, and it very, very rarely did. It's something Battlestar Galactica did to good effect several times. One moment, I need to jot some things down here. Yeah, DS9 did that a few times. Yeah, FF7R1 does that to good effect a few times. Honestly, of the FFs, 9 is probably my personal favorite for doing that kind of camera hopping very, very well. So, yeah, no, it's different than a Meanwhile Elsewhere. A Meanwhile Elsewhere is where the camera temporarily goes somewhere else to show a cutscene. It's right there in the name. Meanwhile Elsewhere, right? FF4 did Meanwhile Elsewhere. It's where the term comes from, actually. But a true camera hop is when, like, let me use a Star Trek example. Not that Star Trek did this, but imagine you had, like, you start an episode with Picard, and he's like, "Arr," they're doing stuff in the Enterprise, and then the camera does this transition, and then you're with Riker, who's on a totally different ship, and then the rest of the entire episode is all on that other ship. The camera has officially moved to a new location, and now we're going to continue the plot that is happening simultaneously over here. That's a camera hop. Because you need the whole idea is that it's an entire section in gameplay terms, or in a game, I should say, excuse me. It's all about actually having an entire playable section as someone else while doing something else. It doesn't have to be very distant, but there's a lot of things you could do with this. You could have someone, for example, up in a city, and then you camera hop down to someone in like the lower layers of that city who's dealing with the fallout of what the people up top just did, stuff like that. There's a lot of ways to do camera hops. But I digress. It's actually really rare, probably because it's a little bit more hard to actually pull off.
Your noble and selfless sacrifice ensures the continued safety and peace of our society. Were it not for this remarkable gesture, every resident of Cocoon, your family, your friends, your neighbors, would be exposed to the dangers of the world below.
Actually, yeah, Devil May Cry 5 did that.
And participating in this migration.
Migration? More like extermination.
Huge. You stay here.
So sorry. I didn't mean to.
These people need heroes. Here. You keep your cool, and they will too. You got it?
Got it.
What's our motto?
The army's no match for Nora.
That a boy.
Heroes don't need plans. But yes, the problem, the difficult thing with doing camera hopping is it requires the writers to have multiple concurrent plot threads at the same time. And I know I just repeated myself and I apologize, but I realized I shouldn't use the word concurrent. But that's what it means. You have to have multiple plot threads going at the same time. And that's work, that's effort.
We didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, this is Troy Baker, by the way. I'm actually curious. Forgive me. I'm definitely not taking any excuse not to play this game. I'm really not. I'm just actually curious of something here. Okay, so let's ignore his anime stuff. Let's just look at games. Because Troy Baker's been acting since 2006? 2004. God, that's recent. Oh, wow. His first game was 2004. Damn. So he was in Blood Rain 2. That was his first game. Then Full Metal Alchemist and the Broken Angel. No idea what that is. Brothers in Arms. Don't know what that is. Aeon Flux. Don't know what that is. Metroid Prime 3 as Soldiers. Trauma Center New Blood. Then he was in Tales of Vesperia, which is probably his first major role. He did NPCs in Star Ocean First Departure. He did NPCs in Quantum of Solace. He was in Age of Conan Hyborian Adventures. Where the hell is F? There's F3. Oh, this is pretty far in. He did a bunch of games before this, but it was all miscellaneous stuff, it looks like. This might be his first big role. Who's Kanji Tatsumi in Persona 4? Because that's Troy Baker. And I don't recognize the name. Okay, so that probably technically qualifies as his first actual major role then, was playing that dude in Persona 4. No, I'm going to disagree with myself because he played Yuri back in Tales of Vesperia. So in that case, let me walk this through. So Tales of Vesperia, he was the Yuri. And then in Persona 4, he was Kanji. And yeah, and then he played Snow here. And yeah, this probably is what catapulted his career, because he's been in everything since then, as major characters and minors. That's weird to think about, actually. Sorry, he's in so many things. He's apparently in Pura Spera. I don't think I knew that. He's also in Date Everything. I still have to play that. He's in Metal Hellsinger? I didn't know that. Anyway, sorry. So this is Snow. He's... I don't know where to start with Snow. He's... Moving on. Have you not heard of that game, Evo?
This is crazy.
Then take a nap.
Really? Can I?
Sure. And when we're taking a dirt nap, you can save them all.
No, that's even worse.
Okay, I'm sorry. I hate this dialogue so much. Even earlier, like I bit my tongue because there was this moment where the kid was like, "Migration, more like extermination," and I'm just like, and I mentally cringed at that line because that was not a good line. And then there's this, like, "Oh, this is crazy." Well, then take a nap. Can I? I actually don't know if this is bad localization or bad dialogue. It's worth noting this is post FF12. Anybody who's watched my show knows that I have followed the localization career of Square Enix way too much because it's an interesting and fascinating story as Square slowly started to realize what localization meant. But that arc effectively terminated with 12. That is to say, they had a whole new team with whole new processes and actual like care and consideration. The localizers were considered part of the writing process and therefore would be able to give feedback on it. And it was great. It's why FF12 is the first truly well localized Final Fantasy game. Now, I'm gonna flex my big, gigantic, enormous, pulsating, gross, ugly, fat brain here. 13 is after 12. Right? Bear with me. And so this is this is terrible. This what? So I'm not sure if it's a localization issue or not. Now, I just my personal vibe. I do actually have a theory here because, as I mentioned, all three of the people in charge of the writing were all arguing with each other. All of them disagreed on constantly about things, and they kept changing characters left and right. As I said, Vanille and Lightning literally used to be each other, among other things. Sarah was just kicked out of the narrative as a party, and it's just constant mess. I think what happened is that normally there's an editing pass, and they never got it. I legitimately think that most of this is first pass writing, that they just did not have the time to polish the dialogue to the extent that they normally would. Even FF10, which has some pretty bad localization issues, still nevertheless has better dialogue in English than this, right? And most of FF10's localization issues were from the fact that they were still in the middle of that arc I just mentioned and were having issues with some of the sound design, and it was their first act in voice acting, blah, 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 blah. So this is just kind of... Okay, you know what? Blade Terrell actually has a valid point. It is entirely possible that they did get an editing pass, but the editing pass went to one of the other writers. And the other writer was like, no, I can fix this. This is dumb. We need to convey this instead with this scene. And that's worse than an editing pass. That's like... You know how an editing pass like makes something better? It's like a pass that makes something worse. It's like if you gave something to a politician and said, hey, make this more legible. Make this more readable. And the politician's like, sure! And then you got like 3 paragraphs for this one line that says nothing. This is all hypothetical. I don't know why. But the dialogue here is just, huh? Man.
No dirt naps today. We're all in this together. Our enemy's the Cocoon Sanctum. Their dreaded Psycom, no less.
What's to dread? Psycom's nothing but a whole bunch of bluster and bullying. They've got nothing on Nora.
You are saying that amidst ruins and wreckage of a place that's been destroyed by explosives, mechs, and people with guns.
Well, we are the heroes after all.
Oh, I should be writing down how many times they say heroes. They already said it, what, 3 times?
Sanctum's gonna pay for this.
We're still in the intro, by the way.
Nothing to worry about!
I mean, there's another valid possible here. I can't talk either. There's another valid possibility here. It is entirely possible that these people just don't know how to write kids. We actually talked about that recently as I was praising Dagran Thaurazin over in World of Warcraft for being a very well-written teenager. Because it's hard to write. It is. It is legitimately hard to write younger people. Most writers can't. They can't write kids, they can't write teenagers, they can't write young 20-somethings. And all 3 of those should be distinct writing styles. It is entirely possible they were trying to write these as kids, teenagers, and just couldn't. Again, all of this is theory. I have no idea. Yeah, Bethesda, for example, has no idea how to write children. And never has. That's actually a good question, Silver Grail.
Gotta clear a path out of here.
I mean, there's a reason Hello Fellow Children is a freaking meme, right? No, yeah, absolutely. I agree with you, Maze. This is trying to portray them as fishes out of water, who are just in way over their head. And I just don't think it's succeeding, that's all.
No more.
There are soldiers everywhere.
Yo, boss. What's the plan?
You ready for it? You ready for it?
Charge in, guns blazing.
Hey, that's not a plan.
Real heroes don't need plans.
You heard him. Real heroes don't need pants. And in fairness, she is not wearing pants. One thing I will comment on, and you'll see this more later when we get into the actual combat. Notice we aren't in real combat yet, by the way. I'm getting very close to giving a padding negative for the intro on the gameplay axis, because this is a lot of meaningless trash fights that is taking way too long. Anyways, one thing you'll notice is snow hits, I want to say, about double how hard lightning hits. And it's immediately apparent by how quickly he kills things. Which is kind of strange. Heroes don't need pans! It's kind of strange considering, like, the whole idea for Snow is that he's the weirdo nobody in over his head, and she's the ex-military. And he hits way harder than she does. I get from a gameplay perspective, he's the heavy. He is, in fact, the monk. And monks always are death machines in Final Fantasy games. But narratively, it's strange.
How about this? Later!
And yeah, you'll notice we basically have no kit. I might not. Yeah, we don't even get the paradigm until the lake, I think. Heroes don't need plants. No, like I said, Monk always hits hard in this series. Monks and ninjas, and samurais, but monks and ninjas are the big ones. Yeah, also, Snow is a giant. Like, I don't remember how tall he is exactly, but he's approaching 7 feet tall. Like, the cutscenes with him and Sarah are hilarious, because he is towering over her.
You all okay? Hey, careful with those. Don't worry. No one's moving to Pulse today. We'll clear you a path out of here, so be ready to...
Wait! Let me fight with you!
You can't expect us to just sit here.
Could help.
Yep.
Please, let us help!
Okay then. Volunteers front and center.
Here, take this one. Here you go. And one for you.
Count
Go
me in.
for it. Here's yours. Take care now. Mom? Don't worry. Huh?
So I just
Hold it
pulled
steady.
here.
Yeah, feels good.
Yeah, nice.
Can you show me again?
You got it.
That's how it works.
Yeah, that's how you use a gun, right? Okay, I'm sorry. Why are her boobs so big? That has always weirded me out every time I've seen this. Like, this is actually not a particularly sexualized game for the most part, but for some reason, Hope's mother is just ginormous.
You sure?
Yeah. Moms are tough.
Yep, moms are tough. Yep.
Right.
It's the last one, boss.
All right, last one. Somebody take it.
I like how he offers it to Hope.
Yeah.
Thanks, Vanille.
Push comes to shove. Keep him safe.
First impression of Snow? All talk.
Ouch.
All right, lay low and you'll be fine. We'll clear out the area. We're going home together!
Come on! Everybody up!
Right! New recruits! On me!
Come on.
Time to go, kiddo.
Yeah, come on, Hope. You've got to be the worst character in the game. Let's go. Let's go. Okay.
We're not losing to SciComm, you hear me?
Narrator. They are losing to Psycom.
This'll be a piece of cake.
Oh, for God's sakes. Thank you, Cycloud. Always appreciate the sub. Give me one moment. Let me jot that down. It's going towards Deedlit. That's Deedlit. 3D.heroes. And something for... Let's see. Who's in chat? Twister. Ugh. I try to remember. Some actress I know voiced Hope's mom, and I can't remember who it is right now. Whose name is Nora, of course. Just coincidences. It is Mary Elizabeth English, who was also in Dirge of Cerberus, but that's not who I'm thinking of. Who are you? Why do I care about you? Where did you enter my life? She was the voice director for Rapunzel's Tangled Adventure. I didn't know that. She was also the voice director for She-Ra, Princesses of Power. She apparently voices Mary in Silent Hill 2. But for real, like, this is hitting the back of my brain somewhere. Who did you voice that hit me recently? Not animation, not film. Here we go. Video games. She's apparently... Oh my god. She's Nevin in Devil May Cry 3, if you know who that is. Rosso in Dirge of Cerberus. Samantha Clark in Supreme Commander. Echidna in Devil May Cry 4. She's the female Crusader in Diablo 3. She's Tyrant Vilhari in WoW. She's Praetor Talus in StarCraft. She's several people. She's Delis Moonfang and Egwin over in Legion. Still not seeing the thing that made her hit my radar recently. Who the heck? I guess it doesn't matter. She's also in Date Everything. Anyways. Yeah, Troy Baker voiced Gul'dan, something I love to point out, because people always say, huh? Every time I say that. No, it's not Kennex Cow. We looked it up earlier. I won't complain about this. Plenty of games have done good stuff with this, including 10 too. But can I just say, a game where there's no MP, where all your health refills immediately after combat, where you only have 2 equipment slots. There's probably a reason why so many people use the repeated talking point of how games in this era were dumbing down mechanics.
Sorry, boss.
Unlike, say, Mass Effect 2, which actually added a great deal of complexity to the gameplay. You know, actually added gameplay. Man, I keep getting those 5 stars. I'm just rocking it. You can also skip all this. Yeah, you're probably thinking, hang on, why would you want to skip? Don't you want to level? Why is the HP of Godot and Lebreau question mark, question mark, question mark. There's clearly a number there. And they're in my party. Why can't I see the HP of my own party members? I'm sorry. That's just confusing to me. By the way, notice we are still in the same type of tutorial. In FF4 terms, we haven't gotten Iridia yet. Or Tella.
Put down the resistance!
Heroes don't run from fights. No one's dying today.
What's a good way to showcase that you have no real faith in your game? Making a common endgame pseudo-boss into one of your first trash fights.
Here!
Thanks.
Yeah, that's a behemoth, in case you missed that. In previous games, so in FF2, which I believe was the first game that added the behemoth, it was a boss. It was actually a boss. In FF3, I think it was the first time it was a trash fight, but I know it was in FF4. But it was a super ultra trash fight in only 2 locations of the game, one of which is a super optional dungeon, the other is the last dungeon. No, it's literally behemoth. Look at its name. It's right there. It's a beta behemoth. Yeah, in FF4, boss music played when you encounter these things. Yeah, so did you catch that, by the way? We're not getting experience. And they're all dead.
We got trouble. No kidding. Stay down.
Oh, he's dead. I like how rather than just shooting him, it pulls up the big gun so he has a moment. We know why, but it is funny.
I told you, didn't I? Moms are tough.
Oh my god. Oh, thank goodness. Hope is here just in time to watch his mother die. And they're all dead. Keep in mind, Hope's watching all of this, by the way. I just want to be clear. Hope is watching all of this. See? He's right there. I mean, pretty much. Yeah. Oh, Snow's dead. Alright, now we kill Hope. We complete the trifecta. You murdered her, Snow! How could you?
We have to move.
Right.
Just... We're still not out of the intro, by the way. We're not making it. I think Linear was right. I don't think we're making it. We've got like 2 dungeons left before we get out of the intro.
It's an out-and-out massacre. Those people won't even live long enough to die on pulse.
That was the idea.
What?
Sanctum logic. They conjured up the purge to eliminate a threat. I mean, why carry the danger all the way to Pulse? Why not just stamp it out here? Execution masquerading as exile. That's all the purge ever was.
It's called the Purge.
How does the government get away with pulling crap like that?
Yeah, could you imagine a government that gets away with trying to do, like, saying it's going to do forced relocation and then actually executing people? Can you imagine something like that? Because I can't imagine something like that.
And you knew this was gonna happen?
The purge was Psycom. Private Sanctum troops, not the Guardian Corps.
Psycom, Guardian Corps. Soldiers are soldiers, aren't they?
No.
Pulse Foul C and their lessee are enemies of the state. Tell a soldier to kill an enemy, and you really think it's gonna matter what uniform he's wearing?
Might have mattered to that one. Couldn't shoot. Got himself shot instead.
How about you? Hmm? Orders say shoot, you pull the trigger? Fine. Forget I asked.
Wait. What?
A lot of people defend Hope. I'm trying very hard not to just give Hope negatives because I hate him. I will do my best there. Because, to be clear, I hate Hope. I want to smack him upside his stupid, dumb, ugly, worthless goddamn face. If I could just kill him and remove him from the narrative entirely, I would do so without hesitation. I hate him. I mean, in fairness, Hope's actually cool in 13 too, so, you know, that helps. You notice we're still not getting experience for anything, by the way. I don't know what the hell they were thinking with 13-3 and Hope. That was just... whatever.
Attention, Purge deportees. Attention, Purge deportees. Put down your weapons and surrender immediately. Your removal is the will of the people of Cocoon. Should you attempt to flee, the Sanctum will employ every resource necessary to bring you to justice. This land is no longer your home. Cease hostilities and
Oh, hey, Snow survived. Damn it.
Sarah.
Who?
Just what you were looking for.
Yeah. Right in there.
The Pulse Foul C.
Extremely rarely, Linnerth. In fact, it's only happened once.
Don't worry. We'll be okay.
Mom.
Hey, Hope, your mom's dead. Sorry.
It's too much, isn't it? Face it later. Ciao!
Hey!
What? Vanille is I. Okay.
You said it made you happy when I smiled, didn't you? I was afraid. I was always afraid.
So, hold up. I hate hope, right? But I acknowledge, like intellectually, that a lot of that is just visceral hatred, and so will not actually be a part of the review. Everyone else hates Snow, probably because he's a ditzy idiot. But if we're being completely honest, probably the character they fumbled the hardest in this game is Vanille. And it makes perfect sense. After all, Vanille was originally the main character. And then, as I said before, there's a reason she's still the narrator. And then they decided to swap her with Lightning. And then they just swap her personality with Lightning's. And it's just, as a result, Vanille is just kind of a mess. It's almost impossible to have this kind of a character who has gone through this much of a ringer, you know, behind the scenes, and still make them actually come out and be worthwhile. Because, yeah, you know, I get some of the ideas of what they're going for with Vanille, but in the reality land, it's just fey. I like Mr. Red's way to put it. Vanille comes across as very fey. Just that kind of blue and orange morality disconnection from reality kind of a thing. And that's Vanille in a nutshell right there.
So, how do you figure that post-foul scene is different from the sanctums?
Man, I wish I knew what any of that meant.
Things being equal, I just assume keep one.
Time to jump.
Yeah. Hey! Hang on!
Well, she's dead.
What the? Hey!
That's a lot of faith in something you didn't even test to make sure it was working properly.
She can do it, so can we.
Zaz. I still love you, Zaz. I do. Best character in the game. But just, wow.
Come on!
Wake up. It was just a fatal fall of several hundred feet. Get the hell up, man.
What about the others?
They're dead. Heroes don't need others. Sorry. Sorry.
They couldn't have died.
No.
Of course not. Hey, get a grip, man! What's wrong with you?
They all died. Sorry.
Get him home. Get who home?
Heroes don't need gravity.
Toss me that. Catch. What are you doing? So what are you afraid of, huh? You're supposed to be the hero.
What? Jesus Christ, that is terrible gun safety. I'm sorry.
Your lovely bride-to-be?
Who?
Isn't it about time you picked her up? Yeah.
I mean, in fairness, the rule boils down to you never point a gun at something you do not intend to destroy. Maybe he wanted to destroy Snow. Wouldn't you?
Now you're talking. How could they?
Anyways, part of the reason I wanted to point out that lack of experience thing is to emphasize a point. Trash early on gives you nothing. And this could have been an interesting narrative point. You know, the idea that people don't level up unless they have some form of magic. Except for the fact that, once again, there's too much of it. So all of these initial trash fights are pure padding. None of these accomplish anything. There's no reason to Korean method here. And unfortunately, and I can actually attest to this, several people took completely the wrong message from this and were tutorialized to avoid trash for the rest of the game because you get nothing for such a huge swath of the original part of the game, of the intro. Now, obviously, later on, you do want to actually kill stuff, so you can progress the grid. We'll talk about the grid later. But here, this is just a waste of resources. And time. Yeah, actually, I do have a friend of mine. I wonder if Valerian does this. Valerian, if you do this, say something. Who would do this thing where they would keep a save at the lake, specifically. And that's where they would replay if they ever wanted to replay the game. Come on. By the way, Godot over there, in case it's not obvious, has literally infinite HP. That's why his HP is a question mark. It's a lie. Now, you're probably thinking, but Lord, you were at like almost no HP at the end of that fight. Okay. Remember that fact. I'm trying to do something on purpose because I'm showing something off here.
Don't go rushing in on your own.
I should grab this one around. Also, clunk, 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 clunk.
There they are. I want every weapon ready to fire. Stay sharp.
As opposed to what?
All right, on my gun.
Sorry. It's just a weird order. Okay, you know those guns that you've been shooting people with? Okay, so we ended the last fight at almost no health, and we start this fight at full health. So this is something that is a very strange decision on behalf of the developers. All your status is reset at every fight. Now, there are plenty of games that have played with this concept. The idea, in terms of game design philosophy, when you do that, is you want every single fight to be substantial. If you know that the player is always fighting with max resources and max health, then you can crank the difficulty up in every single fight. The problem is when you every fight is a boss fight, and that can work. I don't think it does here by memory. We will see. But Hyrax. But I don't think it works here because every fight is a boss fight. It's just kind of long. Yeah, exactly. You need there to be fewer fights, and you need to crank up the difficulty of the individual fights. And I don't mean just give them more HP. I mean, do something more with them, right? Because that's the whole benefit, is you can make every single individual fight be a boss. This is, in many ways, this is similar to what games like Divinity Original Sin 2 or Baldur's Gate 3 do. Where there's no such thing as a trash encounter in either of those games, because every fight is bespoke. And while there are a few fights that are easier, if you've played DOS 2 or BG3 on freaking hard, Tactician, you'll know that every fight really is a boss fight. And it works. It's cool. I'm with it. Interesting that if those games don't have the HP regen after battle concepts, you just gotta live with it. And that's sort of the point I'm trying to get across, is that I'm not sure they did anything with the concept here. Yeah, exactly. There really should be... There's two ways to do trash well. And one is to make them chipper shredder. Dynasty Warriors, right? When you just... And you're just mowing through everything, right? And I know that sounds weird, but that can be fun. It can be cathartic. It can be engaging. It can be all about you just using your resources and blowing through everything. Or you can go over here and make it way more bespoke. Make it interesting and cool and fun and difficult. And make every encounter something that has meaning and significance to it. Or you can do what this does. I don't know. It's just weird. By the way, you can tell how badly this is going, Rex. I'm 3 hours in, and I'm still in the first third of the intro. We've had a lot to talk about. Yeah, no, exactly. It's fun to fight something in FF6 and have Ultima, right? It's fun to go through FF7 and have someone who has the cover materia, counterattack, and quad cut, right? Like, that's fun to just, I'd be like, oh, bam, 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 bam. Can I think of a JRPG that does the bespoke design? Let me think about that for a second. Because that's a good question. I was thinking about Chrono Trigger, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Blizzardstone. Another great example of that. Because Expedition 33 did some good stuff. Yeah, Chrono Trigger is a good pick, because Chrono Trigger did have bespoke design. It did have some repeat mobs, but still, every encounter was like an encounter that was manually, planted there. Even the repeat encounters were repeats of a manually crafted encounter, right? A manually placed encounter. A lot of them were skippable, too.
That's a sad sound. Where's the soul?
In FF4 DS, I did the same thing. In fact, I think I showed this off on camera when I was streaming it. In FF4 DS, I had Cecil designed in such a way that he actually had no combat options. What I mean by that is I couldn't do anything with him because everything in his command window was like a passive ability, right? So he would just stand there, and every time it was his turn, I'd just have to wait or switch to another person's turn because he couldn't actually do anything because he was set up to, like, kick. It was like auto-reply kick, and then he had auto-guard up or something like that, and the haste ability, I think, and then obviously counterattack. And he would destroy everything, but I could never actually command him. It was the funniest little setup. Anyways.
Okay. Hey, Godot.
Yeah?
If you don't know who you gotta save, you just protect them all, right?
Something on your mind? You got plenty of time for thinking on the way, hero.
Oh my god. Heroes don't need heroes.
Yeah.
Hi, Cretan's Truth.
Ready!
When did Dissidia come out? Could someone double check me on that, please? Because this was December of 2009. I remember because I just looked it up this morning. So Dissidia actually predates this in terms of a stagger system. That's interesting.
Hey! It's us! It's us!
Don't shoot.
Snow!
I'm sorry, am I the only one just my entire body is cringing at these idiots' dialogue?
When do you care about kids?
Favor for a friend.
Okay.
Hey, Snow! You made it.
Hey.
No, he's dead. This is his zombified corpse.
Use that thing?
I think I'm done.
You're done when we are.
Ow, what's it?
That's the one.
Didn't you have something to tell him?
Yeah,
All right then.
but
I'll go with you.
what?
I mean, yeah, no, they're definitely posers.
You have no idea what it was like. Oh,
Everyone safe?
the army's no match for Nora.
Are we ignoring the literal 100 people who died earlier?
All accounted for.
Okay.
Oh yeah, fun little asterisk here that not about a lot of people know. So the actress who voices Vanille is using her native accent, and the actress who voices Fang is putting on an accent. I mentioned that because a common refrain, I heard this back in the day, was that everyone thought Fang's accent was good, but God, they're just struggling with Vanille. Like her accent is so fake.
Let's keep it that way, all right?
I mean, it helps that Fang has a good actress.
Swing by the vestige. Keep the kids out of trouble.
You got it. Say hi to the missus for me. You go skirt chasing, I take care of the kids. Some husband.
Dinner's on me.
Better be home cooking.
When's the wedding, lover boy?
Well, don't worry. None of you are invited.
We're still going.
Hey, you serious? What about me?
Isn't it great how people have just been getting murdered and executed by their own government as part of a forced deportation program? Isn't that great? So now we're playing as Snow. Wait, that's not Snow, that's Hope, sorry. Damn it, no! I mean, they're the same person, really, if you think about it. So I keep checking this, because I'm trying to make a point. I promised Rax, and I did, they can attest to this, that I would do my best to give this game a fair shake in this review. But can I just admit that I already want to put this game down? Its intro is so bad. Oh God, okay. Sorry, I just jumped like 3 steps ahead. Let me rewind a second. The shops sell potions in Phoenix Downs. Keep in mind, for the most part, Phoenix Downs are completely useless at this point, and we can't afford them anyways. We also don't really get anything out of trash combat, and it's the same trash fight over and over. We have had no enemy design yet. Seriously, Milker. We have had no actual, like, anything. We don't even have core combat yet. This goes back to what Karens was saying in chat a second ago. We're hitting auto battle over and over. And that's it. That's all we're doing. We're just hitting auto battle. Okay. I'm okay. I'm cool. Yeah, this is pure padding. And I know. Obviously, it's longer because I keep pausing to talk. That's on me. I'll accept that. But really break this apart for a second. Your combat is nothing but hitting auto battle over and over. Your enemies have no design to them. You get no benefit from trash fights. You've gotten a grand total of 2 pieces of equipment at this entire time. Both of which are accessories. You get barely any gil from anything. And the only shop you have access to, and by the way, this is like the 4th time we've had access to the shop, sells potions and Phoenix Downs, one of which we have no use for and can't afford. This is very similar to another JRPG that I've covered that screws up its core general loop of enemies, rewards, spend rewards to fight enemies. Boom, 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 right? Like that loop. And that is Secret of the Freaking Stars. Now, I know this is just the intro, and I know this gets better, but Jesus freaking Christ. I have actually put thought into how to restructure this to make this work. I think without hyperbole that if you baked everything that happens here at the edge into, flashback cutscenes, it would work better. And if the okay. Final Fantasy games are in love with in medias res. FF4 does it. FF5 kind of does it. FF6 definitely does it. FF7 does it. FF9 Turbo does it. FF10's a weird one, but kinda. So, obviously, FF13 also does do it. We do just... And we do actually have flashbacks before this. Move it forward. Imagine if the first bit of gameplay was either the lake or maybe like the... I can't remember the name of the area, but it's the area where we lead up to the Lassie itself. Right? Oh yeah, Chrono Trigger does this too. So maybe make it so that we only have the one small dungeon and a brief introduction, because we have Hope, Snow, and Lightning, and Zaz, and Vanille are all there as part of that section. And so just this whole section, playable, cool. Here's the characters, here's the combat, here's the dungeon design. Oh no, we've been branded. We're branded. And then they go down to the lake section, and there you go, boom, done. Right? I think that would have worked way better. This also would have worked better, I agree with Blake Jamal, if they had pared down the number of encounters that we were playing. There's just way too many encounters for the fact that there's no gameplay to speak of and no rewards for engaging in it. Again, a lot of my engagement in the more nitty-gritty of the details of this game comes from speedrunning. And one of the things that speedrunners love to do in this whole section is to go through some really fun, interesting tricks to juke the AI to avoid all the combat, because there is no reason to engage in it. Okay. Also, I'm sorry to complain about this. I know this is a me thing and nobody else in the world cares, but Jesus Christ, Vanille is really bad about the anime gasps. She's the only one. Like, everyone else has a few anime gasps, and that's just normal and whatever. But Vanille, I swear to God, half of Vanille's dialogue is, huh? Oh, uh-huh. Ah.
You okay?
I want to tell him. It's just that...
Say, you know how to fly this?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
It's worth noting, Vanille's actress is a good actress. I've heard her do good stuff elsewise. Hi, Velvetrix.
That way.
So yeah, I 100% blame the direction here. Again, the localization being rough is unacceptable, considering this is post FF12.
If we go in there, that thing could... It could make us Lassie.
Critical bit of exposition, by the way. Probably the first bit of good exposition in the entire game so far. Hope is afraid to go into this thing, which we know is a pulse Lassie, Fal'Cie, excuse me, because it might make us Lassie. And he's afraid of that. We don't need anything else. His reaction to that, very natural, very, very terrified, immediately conveys Lassie bad. Actually does a better job of this than the earlier comment where Zaz was saying, don't worry, we're not Lassie. Remember that little tidbit? Best meme should exist. Hang on. Let me write down Daniel Dort's donation really quick here. Hang on. Which is going towards Yakuza 0, Yakuza like a Dragon, and Opus Magnum. Thank you, Lord Harriman. Or wait. No, thank you, Lord Harriman. But thank you, Daniel Dort. Very much. Always appreciate it. Yeah, I was going to say, we have a meme category. We've had a meme category for years now for the LGAs. By the way, LGAs are going to be this coming weekend. Hope some of you are looking forward to that.
This is... I don't think I can...
You can do it.
What are you two doing?
Hurry.
Here we go!
And they're dead.
Get back here! You hear me? Hey!
Why does it play Snow's theme for this entire section, by the way?
It held our future
Sorry, Fal'Cie. Yeah, I was right.
and our fate.
Even I've done a lore run of this game. I still get Fal'Cie, l'Cie, and Seath confused. We haven't even engaged in Seath yet, by the way. That'll be like the next area here. At which point I'm going to pause and complain about the game again. Sorry, Valerian. Please don't hate me. No, I have a point. I've been sitting on this point for years. Because I was actually covering something unrelated. It was Lotro. And it was just like, oh, huh.
Where is the... Oops. Well then... Guess it's just us.
Correct, Mook. Nothing has actually been explained yet.
Even soldiers know not to go near the Fal'Cie. You become a Pulse l'Cie, and you're finished.
What do you mean, finished?
Haven't you heard, Miss...
Vanille.
Huh?
My name. And yours?
Hope.
Like I said, from a purely personal perspective, I've hated Hope for years. He's a lot better in 13 too. But, like, from a review objective perspective, the character who's probably the closest to being a bad character is Vanille. And it's not really her fault. It's the Sylvanas problem, right? It is the Sylvanas problem. The problem is that this is someone who multiple writers were fighting over and kept changing their minds about. And on top of that, she has bad voice direction, which is just throwing it. Because voicing... We've talked about this before. Bad characters can be salvaged by good actors, right? One of my favorite examples to do this is over in KOTOR. In KOTOR, there's the main villain is called Darth Malak, who, if we look at it, just the words on the page, he's not particularly impressive. There's not much to him. He's basically dead puppies, and that's the entirety of his character. But his amazing voice actor and some good modulation absolutely salvages him and makes him engaging, adds some charisma and presentation to him, right? There's a bunch of characters like this. Not to use another BioWare example, but over in Dragon Age Origins, Rendon Howe is someone who is completely salvaged by Tim Curry, right? You want Lord Malak? Our troops are down there. I know what kind of troops are down there, and I will use all the droids instead of the troops. Yeah, no, exactly. Malak is very bullet point Vader. He's actually kind of blah. It is the actor that salvages him. The reason I bring all this up is I think Vanille already had issues because of the fact that the writers couldn't change their mind, because of the fact that they changed her character twice, because of the fact that they were having so many production and design issues with this game, and localization issues, and then they handed it to a good actress and gave her terrible direction. So Vanille's got nothing going for her, right?
Thank you. What were we thinking?
Well, since we're here, let's look around.
So this is where I think the game should have started, by the way, and I stand by that. I think the entire section we've gone through so far has been, at best, a waste. And at worst, is actually detracting from the gameplay narrative. And there's just a weapon there, up against the pillar for some reason.
That's,
For the record, I actually like her weapon. But, like, what? Where did she find that? True, Legival. Where did he put that? Where did he pull that out from? Also, yeah, this was pointed out earlier, but just to make sure that someone doesn't think I'm missing it. She has 3 bars. That is actually foreshadowing, believe it or not. Of course, Hope would have a gigantic prison pocket.
Okay, back to to exploring.
Like, hers actually sits on her back, right? Like, there's a holster for her weapon. Where is his boomerang? Where? I'm sorry. Look at him for a second. Where is his boomerang right now? Where is it? By all means, I'll wait. Where is it? She has a holster. Her weapon's right there. Lightning has the little gun holster thing, which she, and Hope has nothing. There's nothing there. It's just vanished out of thin air. I'm sorry. This is not something I'm gonna ding. This is just funny because they bothered. They bothered to make it so that most of the characters have a place where they put their weapon. Ocarina of Time, right? Link putting the sword on his back. It's a semi-common thing to add a tiny little extra bit of immersion into the game, that their weapon doesn't just appear out of nowhere. Some games will literally make the weapon appear out of nowhere as part of an aspect of the weapon. Keyblades, Kingdom Hearts. But here, she's got the holster. Zaz has the twin holsters on his legs. Lightning has the sling, which is hanging there. And Hope just shoves it up his ass. Because I don't know where else it could be. Where am I going? What am I doing? Oh, no, wrong button. Wrong button. What am I doing? Oh, God, it's been a minute. Yeah, Fang's spear also sticks to her back. Snow punches. Ah! Yes, thank you. I understand how to do things. Thank you. Thank you, game. You can do... No, I'm good. There's no real reason to fight anything still.
It's his.
Okay, well. Let's go interact with this. Yes, where is he? I need to kill him. Give me that knife. There we go. We're just going to juke here. Don't mind me.
Aren't you scared?
Not so much.
You really don't get it.
Pulse Falsey and Lissy are bad news. That's why Cocoon kicked them out. Live too close to the Falsey, one-way ticket to Pulse. That's the purge in a nutshell.
If they catch us here, they'll purge us too.
You were on a purge train, Hope.
And then...
What's your problem?
What's my... Pulse is hell on Earth.
We'll be okay. Calm down.
Oh my God. Anyways, thank you. Who was that? It was Walker. Thank you for the donation, Walker. I take it all back. Can we go back to having all our exposition in the data log, please? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, you've been... Do you know where you've been? Oh, okay. Walker. I swear I'll have good things. I swear I'll have good things to say about this game. I shouldn't say that because I don't know, because I've never reviewed this game, ever. This 13.2 and 13.3 are like the only FFs I've never even attempted to review, so this is kind of asterisky, but at some point, maybe, I don't know, Gravity Circuit, another Crusade, and Chained Echoes. You got it. Thank you very, very much, Walker, as always. It's okay, BB Good Fate. It's okay. So that's true. I have given 7 positives. I've even given story positives so far, if you could believe it. And not just for Zaz. He is there, admittedly. That's what trading's for, Walker. All right. So there's this concept here. I'll talk about it once I get back into the dungeon. Here, let's get past this cutscene. Let's get to dungeon, and then I'll talk about autism.
Sarah! Huh? Can you hear me? Where are you?
Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom. I mean, it's Troy Baker.
Don't worry, Sarah. Your hero is on his way.
Oh my God. He's also over 6.5 feet tall, so... Oh God, you're right. Troy Baker once again going for Laura Bailey. I mean, I don't blame him. It's Laura Bailey. Legion of Dumbass.
Nothing to worry about.
Anywho. Yes, welcome to the House of Stairs. With Troy Baker. I knew it's active. I don't think so, Rex, but don't quote me on that. Apparently Troy Baker's kind of a dick in real life, too, which kind of sucks, because he's a great actor. It's right up there with Tara Strong, who's kind of horrible.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's just it's always sad to find that out. It's just like, ugh. Really? You couldn't be cool?
Just hold on, Sarah.
Yeah, I don't know why they decided to do it that way, Clarence, because surely that's deliberate, right? Man, look at all of this dungeon design that exists. It's a lie. There's no dungeon design.
Still won't budge? I think the door is winning.
Why didn't I listen?
Beg your pardon?
It was me. This is my fault.
Beg your pardon?
Cover your ears.
Huh? Oh, blast charge? Oh, wait, hold on. All right, hold. All right, go for it! Make it happen!
I love you, Zaz. I want you to know that.
I'm so sorry. Please let me in. Please?
Hey! What? How'd you open it? After you.
Yeah, no kidding, Rex. No, Evo. I agree it should be more PB Good Fate. Like, I get the idea, but frankly, Pokemon Violet and Scarlet did a better job with the exact same concept. So hey, Shrouds! Fortisol and Aegisol bestow bonuses at start of battle. Deceptisol eliminates random encounters. Cool. Can we, like...
Learn a thing or two about interior design.
Yeah, why did she ask him to stop listening so she could do that? While we're on the subject. Ah, you know, whatever.
There you go, stomping off on your own.
Whatever you do, don't listen to me. Be asking nicely. Oh, we could buy something else. That's it. We could buy an iron bangle. Except we can't, because we have 150 gil. Oh my god. Why? Ah! Do we even have... what do you do? Okay, whatever. Let's go.
Don't scare easy, do you?
Yeah, skipping encounters is a whole thing. Because, you know. Right down the middle. Yep. Go to the sides. Shift to the one side. I wasn't ready for the dash. Damn it! Alright. So yeah, there is a... Obviously, I know everything that's going on. I've done a lore run of this game. But, like... The game hasn't conveyed much yet. The main things we know, as of this point in time. Hold up. Don't want to game over again there. Yes, again. The main things we know is that the military is doing mass deportations and executions. I think that's actually it, as far as, like, major information. We know that people are afraid of something called fal'Cie because it turns you into l'Cie. We don't know what that means or why. We don't really know, what anything, really. We don't know most of the character motivations at this point. We don't know perspectives. We don't know whys or wherefores. Can we run? Is that a thing in this game? I don't think we can. Is there no run? I've never thought about that before. Is there no run command in this game? I mean, I guess there's start over. Yeah, retry. Okay. That's it. Wow. Okay. That's true. I guess we do know that Snow is specifically here looking for his bride-to-be, his fiancée. We don't know why Lightning's here. We don't know why Zaz is here. Hope is here in order to find Snow. And we don't know why Vanille is here. Yeah, I want to test something real quick. I'm actually curious. Oh god, what's 1? Ah, there we go. Huh. Not too bad. That's actually not a terrible running mechanism. I'm gonna take a nap. Wait, me when we're low on health. Interesting raspberry jam going on there. I mean, Troy Baker was in Resident Evil 6, so that tracks. Okay, so I'm going to give a really weird complaint. This is a real-time game where there is a delay in inputting menu options. Did you see how long that took to do right there? That was me mashing as fast as I possibly could. And you know me, I speedrun Mega Man games. I can mash pretty fast. There's this automatic input delay, which slows you down. Which is very strange. Because it almost feels like it's a bug. In fact, I might actually jot that down as a negative under the bug category. Because again, the combat's real time.
Might be some soldiers trapped in here too. Except they'd probably be l'Cie by now. Huh? Not even human anymore. Just post-l'Cie. Enemies of Cocoon. Can't show them any mercy.
There's the next one.
Again, I do like the bouncing camera, as I mentioned before. The good news, it's not nuts just doing the intro. If it's deliberate design, it's even worse. Xenoblade 3, Unicorn Overlord, Donkey Kong, Bonanza. Oh, oh, oh. Thank you very much, Random. As always. I have heard many things about this game, too. You know, I just realized, essentially every time I've played this game, I've done so on camera. You all have been with me on this journey. for pretty much the entirety of my FF13 exposure and career. So, I'm sorry. Do I have to fight them? I think I do, because I have to interact with that, don't I? Yeah, okay. Okay.
Wrapped up and ready!
Yeah, I don't actually explain this. Part of the reason he can hit so damn hard is because he's got... It's that thing on his cloak. It's actually a weave in there that's basically a power suit, right? It augments his strength. Yeah, the original FF lore one wasn't even called that. It was called a marathon.
Just too easy!
The real FF lore run was 9 years ago. That's a thought.
All right.
I did. That frickin' swamp.
Hang on, baby. Your hero's on the way.
I mean, I'm gonna laugh if this game scores pretty net positively.
Hang on, baby. Your hero's on the way.
Does that count as 1 hero or 2? Seven. No. That really is just the one.
Calling himself a hero?
Yep.
He's coming our way.
What should I do?
Tell him what you need to.
But nothing I say'll change what happened.
We could just run away.
I'm gonna go punch that snow in the face. Oh. Sorry. See, that's a joke like 3 of you are gonna get. Excuse me. Gotta save constantly, because, you know, crashes are a problem.
We can't fight things like that.
Yeah, I know I'm being rather negative, which I do not apologize for, to be very clear. But my god, this intro. There's no leveling. There is no leveling in early game, Walker. There are no levels yet. So, who's ready for me to rant for like 10 minutes? These are zombies. Excuse me. Seath.
What are they?
See, you failed. This is what happens when Lassie don't complete the focus the fal'Cie gave him.
Oh, thank God, Snow's here to save us.
Let's even these odds.
I like how it's just Snow's theme here. Oh my god, Rax! First of all, weird and awkward exposition aside, let's just talk about something here. Actually, I'm gonna let the next cutscene play first, then I'm gonna talk. Okay, stab him. Hope.
You get in here. You gotta leave. Okay, listen. Find some place to hide and keep quiet. Once I find Sarah, we'll all leave together. You'll be home in time for dinner.
You...
Wait! Who's Sarah?
My wife. Future wife, that is. She's a Pulse Lassie.
No.
She's here somewhere, along with that Fal'Cie. I gotta find her and set her free.
What's wrong with you? Why do you want to help a Lassie? They're the enemy.
Huh?
How can you save a Lassie? You're not... That's insane!
Probably. But I gotta do something, right? I'll be back.
Should we wait around for him and hitch a ride?
I'd rather go to Pulse! Why is this happening to me? When they found the Fal'Cie the other day, we were just visiting Bodum. But the army took us, threw us on that train. And because of that guy, Mom is...
Probably shouldn't leave them alone.
And he wants to help a Lassie?
Hey again.
Hey. Let's go with him. You gotta talk to him, Hope. If you don't take this chance, you'll regret it forever.
By contrast, Lightning's like, here's a knife. Use it at the first opportunity.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's go.
So I just think the contrast is funny.
What's gotten into you, soldier? Thought you came for a fight.
My sister.
Your sister?
She's a Lassie.
What? A Pulse Lassie?
The Fal'Cie has her captive, but I'll find her.
Is she still...
Yeah, no kidding,
What was
Maze.
her focus? When she became a Lassie, what did the Fal'Cie order her to do? It wasn't blow up Cocoon or anything like that, was it?
I didn't ask.
Okay. In the interest of total honesty and fairness, even though I am about to rant about a negative thing about this game, can I just say that this is doing the whole exposition thing I was complaining about earlier so much better. Like, the opening section, the train, the edge, I think is what that area is called, is kind of dribble. And going back through this with an analysis mode on, and really trying to zoom in a little bit, really emphasizes how much it sucks. But then we get here, and it's like, this is way more smooth and way more in character as we learn. Like, the pieces we learn as we go. What's the first thing we learn up here? Okay. Pulse is bad. All right, cool. Lassie, no. Fal'Cie, I'm screwing it up. Fal'Cie make Lassie. Okay. And this is the order we learned it in, too. And that's bad and terrifying. Okay, cool. And then we scooch a little bit forward, and we learned that... Snow's bride-to-be has currently been branded. Or I'm just going to call it branded because it's a way easier word to use. So she's been branded. Okay, cool. I'm with that. And now he's freaking out. Hope's freaking out because he's like, oh my God, because of him. Like, he even has a bit of good exposition there. Even if we hadn't watched his mother die in the previous scene. Remember, imagine if this was the beginning. If none of the Edge stuff existed and this was the beginning. Why would you save a Lassie and not... ... right? There's a clear implication that there's some other bit of baggage there, right? About that there's something that's connecting Hope to Snow and something he's specifically fixating on. Okay, well, that's good. Snow then is like, I can't just leave him here. All right, let's go help him out. Okay. Then we cut to Lightning. Lightning reveals that it is her sister that she's specifically here for because her sister was turned into a Pulse Lassie. And Zaz is the one who comes in and says, all right, what was her focus? First thing he focuses on, no pun intended, what was her focus? And then, just to clarify, in a way that doesn't sound too as you know-y, what was it ordered her to do? It wasn't like blow up Cocoon, right? Other than the name thing, which I'm going to talk about in a second, all of this has actually been a lot smoother about conveying their motivations, what we're doing, and why we're here. And it's all still that wonderful in medias res that you know, the Square is in love with. So why did the earlier section exist? I continue to question. It's very, I mean, I know the answer to my own question. I do. I understand how this works. I understand how game development works and production lines and why they had to have it there. But Jesus Christ. Okay, so. Also, you notice the motivations of everyone in the party, with one exception. Nope, I'm wrong. With two exceptions are now conveyed. We know why Hope is here. We know why Snow is here. We know why Lightning is here. We don't know what's going on with Vanille, although at the moment we think it's just because Vanille is here for Hope. So technically, from the player's perspective and first-time perspective, we think Vanille is here for that. So we know everyone's motive except for Zaz. Why the hell is Zaz here? Well, that's not going to be conveyed until later. Okay. So, let's talk about the nomenclature. If I tell you that the Warsong clan is attacking Stormwind via Redshire, and that's a major premise and plot point, it's pretty much immediately conveyed what's happening. People attacking place via place. Boom, boom, boom. Just via the nature of how I say it, right? It's also much more memorable. I bet several of you in chat, even though I've gotten several seconds past that, could immediately tell me at least one of the three words I just told you. And when you hear Warsong, Stormwind, and Redshire again, they immediately track there. This is something that is frankly a bit of a lost art when it comes to writing. Japanese writers in particular, but writers in general, have this thing where they love the proper noun game, is what I like to call this. Where they like to replace everything with a proper noun. We saw this not too long ago in Third Birthday. The proper noun game is when they insist that everything has to be a special word. There has to be some kind of unique proper noun in order to convey every freaking thing, in order to try and make it look a little more science fiction-y or a little more fantasy-y, or just make it more fiction-y in general, right? We can't call them a descriptive word, or we can't call them anything. There has to be some kind of proper noun there. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but there is an art and a skill to making your proper nouns. Now, the three examples I just gave are actual three real things that exist within the Warcraft setting. And you're probably thinking, oh, I'm so sick of you talking about WoW. First of all, hi, my name's Laura, and I talk about WoW a lot. But second, and more importantly, the reason I bring it up in this exact case is because the overwhelming majority of the rules of nomenclature that exist in the Warcraft setting came from a man named Chris Metzen. Chris Metzen was a very experienced and good GM. He used to run Dungeons and Dragons games, right? And that's kind of how he learned how to write, was doing those games. And so if you're sitting down with a bunch of players around the table, what do you do with your names? Let's throw this into contrast for just a second here, right? Let's immediately push this into contrast, okay? So, let's say that you're sitting down at the D&D table, and you're sitting there for your session 0. Or, yeah, so I was like, okay. So, Rax, you're playing a Seath, okay? And you're having to fight against Carence over there, who is a Lassie, and Carence has been turned into a Lassie by Cycloud, who is a Fal'Cie, okay? This is actually something I've experienced myself, because I am have a very extensive career of being a GM. You want to, no kidding, Mr. Red, you want to come up with names that are relatively easy to remember, and, this is important, are distinct. You want to try and convey what's going on here with your nomenclature. You want to convey what's going on here via the way that the words sound. Now, you don't have to go do adjective noun. A lot of the Warcraft stuff does adjective noun. War Song, Storm Wind, Red Ridge, right? But the alternative, and I'm not actually going to make fun of FF13 for this, because actually the real reason I've had this particular debate in the chamber for so long, loaded and ready to go, is because I was looking into some recent stuff for Lotro. And let me tell you, trying to catch up on the story of Lotro is insane, because the names are very Lord of the Ringsy names. to the point where it's actually really difficult to actually understand who is what and is where and is this. So you see Lithtarian helping Liftariel and Vilmtariamoshke, who is helping Siglarga Vargiblue. And I've already lost it because it's gone. I have no memory. I didn't retain it. I didn't retain any of the names that was being conveyed as it was throwing proper names at me left and right for all of the places, for all of the polities, for all of the groups, for all of the individuals. It's all just noise at a certain point. It's harder and harder for the person to actually retain it, right? And I was comparing Lotro to Warcraft, because, again, Metzen and the GMing thing and blah, blah, blah. So you don't have to do, these two things. You don't have to do that. Shinra and Soldier and Genova are actually still, is a pretty good example of this same general concept. It's just all three. Obviously, they don't fulfill the same roles, but those are major concepts within that setting. Mako, right? Yeah, Espers in Final Fantasy VI or Eidolons in FF9, right? Like, that's fine. But that's because those words are distinct, and you can kind of pull it in and be like, here, this is what this word is, and we can associate it after a while. The problem is, Falsi, Lussi, and Seath is like... I wish I had Evo here, because she's actually done a lot of work with linguistics. It's rule one of how not to do nomenclature. There's a way to make words sound similar to convey. Maybe she can tell me this, but there's ways to make words sound like a development of existing words. But yeah, the Falsi, Lussi, and Seath are way too similar, especially at a glance, especially without context. And as I've already pointed out, and as I've already stumbled on twice this very day, even someone like me who knows this story inside and out still gets some of the names confused. So for those of you wondering, I'll go ahead and convey this because I don't remember when the game was going to convey this. The idea here is that there were these deific-like machines who were built by, let's not get into that right now, and those deific-like machines created the, double check my name, yeah, okay, Falsi. I wanted to make absolutely sure I was saying the right thing. They made the Falsi. That's the big old machine things. The Falsi are divided into two different categories. There's actually more than two. Let's just not get into that. There's the Pulse Falsi, and then there's the Cocoon Falsi. The Cocoon is the big old orb in the sky. The Pulse is the elemental plane down below. Cool. Falsi will then brand people and give them a focus. That person is now a Lussi. Okay? So a Lussi has a brand somewhere on their body, usually in a place which is very sexy. Like Lightning's is right here between her breasts, and Vanelle's is down her hips. No, I'm not kidding. And each of these now is a sign of how branded, and the brand will slowly spread until it completely consumes their body. If they fail to do their focus, at which point it turns into a Seath, which is a zombie. That's it. It's not actually that complex of a concept, but you see how easy it is to stumble over this because of the nomenclature itself. And that's why I wanted to sit here and just rant about this for like 10 minutes, is because this is awful. Yeah, by the way, it's actually even worse than I'm conveying, for reasons I should go into in just a moment here. Because if you fail at your focus, you turn into a zombie. If you succeed at your focus, you die. I'm not kidding, by the way. The whole point, this is that whole fate thing, and the whole idea for the setting is that this whole situation, this whole build is very messed up. It's actually worse than you thought, because nothing tells you what your focus is. You usually get like a vague idea, like an image or something, but nothing really tells you what your focus is. So that sucks. But yes, I wanted to touch on something that Rax pointed out, because FF16 actually has an extremely similar concept. The mother crystals, excuse me, instead of the Falsi, the branded instead of the Lussi, and the Akashic instead of the Seath. So first of all, mother crystal is a nice descriptive word. Branded is a nice descriptive word. And Akashic is its own unique thing. But most importantly of all three states sound distinct from each other. All three words are very quickly and easily comparable. You're never going to confuse an Akashic with a mother crystal, right? So, boom, you could immediately convey it. And again, it is funny because it is almost the same thing. There's some asterisks there. I don't want to spoil too much of FF16, but you get the idea. It is a very, very similar scenario. Mother Crystal brands, and then brand devolve into Akashic. There you go. Boom. Done. So, nomenclature. Probably one of the few times I've ever had to give a negative for the usage of words, but here we are. And the reason this is so bad is specifically because, I mean, again, we're having examples in chat right now, but you have to understand, for the last 15 years, people have had issues getting into this game specifically because of this usage of proper names and how badly designed they are. Because it's just this extra barrier, right? It's just this extra wall in between you and the story. I guess I'll put that into writing. I would legitimately like to argue a triple negative for this, because I feel like this is such a long-standing and honestly constant barrier to understanding anything that's going on. Because there's some cool stuff. I actually do like a lot of the core plot and world building of this game. And it was fascinating when I really sat down and did a lot of the research for the lore run bajillions of years ago. It was fascinating learning about how the pieces fit together and all that stuff. But yeah, this naming problem is just this overwhelming barrier to understanding the mythos of what the hell is going on here. So, Evo says, I want to read what she said out loud here, because I read internally. So she says, they all sound similar. Syllable structure and diverse phonemes are important building blocks. Proper names that are made from existing words in the language are much easier to remember than made-up words. If you go with made-up words, you have to put a lot of thought so the words don't sound the same. Yeah, exactly. Bingo. Evo is amazing and wonderful. As also a phenome. Sorry, did I say phenomes? That's what I meant to say, but I don't keep track of that. Anyways. Phonemes. Ah! So, now that we've gotten all that out of the way. But fun fact, we've already complained about all the major talking points that people have complained about for 13 for the last 15 years. I'm not actually joking. The terrible intro, which we're past at this point. I can't do it, Evo. I can't do it. No. We're past the terrible intro. We've already talked about the corridors. Nobody talks about the footsteps, but I've already talked about the footsteps. I've already talked about the 3 C's. So, okay, we've done our homework. We've gotten through our own initial barrier. Let's get into this. Let's go fight some Seath.
Listen to me. When a person gets cursed by a foul sea, they become a l'Cie, and they get given a focus, right? How do I put this? If they don't carry it out, l'Cie end up as one of those things.
See? There's your Seath.
What I'm saying is, if your sister's gone that far, I mean, she might still. How can I? Oh man.
Zaz continues to be awesome, by the way.
There's no way to turn a l'Cie back into a human.
That we know of.
Even if she completes her focus, there's no changing her fate. She'll live her life as a foul sea slave. Don't make her suffer.
Just say it! Any l'Cie. Anyone who might ever become a l'Cie should be wiped off the face of Cocoon. It's people like you that started the Purge in the first place.
Abrupt end of scene. There's some weird transitions in this section, I'm not gonna lie.
That's a Seath.
Come on, over here. Over here. Over here. Over here. No? Okay. There we go. Ah, almost made that. No, however. Yeah, so for the sake of simplicity, So, okay. We've got the gods. We've got the angels. And then we've got the zombies. Cool? Probably not, Trixie. I don't promise to be perfect about that, but honestly, that's a lot easier to remember than the thing I've already failed at several times. Well, as we'll discuss more, the gods are actually pretty limited in what they can do. Literally, as well as metaphorically. They have programming. Because, you know, everything's an android. Everything's a robot. Ah! Damn it. Sorry. Sorry. But yeah, angels. Ah, nope, wrong. I already screwed it up. No! The gods are extraordinarily limited. There's very, very, very little that they can do of their own free will. They have... It's actually kind of messed up, the more you think about it, because they have all of the ability to think for themselves and reason for themselves. And what they do not have is the ability to act upon it. By the way, there's that fate theme, again. Yeah, these are ghouls. We already fought a ghast. Oh, they're total dicks, because if there's one overwhelming theme to the all of the FF13 stuff, it's that the gods are dicks. No, I'm dead serious. That's a thing in FF13, 13.2, 13.3. That's also a thing in Type 0. I can want to say IG-To, but that's not what I called it anymore. Type 0, and it's a thing in FF15. All of the games that came out of this, the gods are dicks. There's usually not gods in the FFs, actually. As I've said many times, you want to hear a hot take from me? I've said this before, and I mean this. I don't think most Final Fantasy games qualify as JRPGs. And I can back that up. I won't, because nobody wants to hear that argument. But the immediately relevant thing is most Final Fantasies don't have a god. Not even like a lowercase god kind of a situation. In fact, now that I'm thinking about that, what was the first FF to have some kind of deity creature in it? Other than my niece, of course. That's true, play it to all. Where's the car? Where's the park?
The Pikmin park.
Well, where is it?
I wanted you to play Pikmin.
Oh, see, that's much more understandable. Ugh. Here, I'm gonna give you this.
I didn't. Try be under there. Why does it always look stripey under there when there's a light?
I'm not sure. I think it's because of how the light lands on the ground.
Oh, look!
I see it.
At the floor.
Do you see my foot? Do you see your hand? That's your shadow.
We can make shadow puppets in the morning.
That's right, you can. That's true. So it just occurred to me, this is actually going to be an extended cutscene. I'm already 20 minutes in my lunch break, so I'm going to go grab lunch.
Are you